This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you are well and you're having a lovely day wherever you are. Welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve. Somewhere in the shadows, you might be able to see we've found or managed to relocate on our pack of dogs from this morning. They're very excited. My name is Ben. Behind me, I've got Craig on camera. And we are going to sit here and see what these dogs do. It's very hot this afternoon, about 29-30 degrees. And the dogs have been sleeping in the shade very close to where we found them this morning, close to Triple M, just south of power lines. They are on Djuma's side. There was a little flurry of activity when we arrived, a little sort of greeting ceremonies that we saw. But they have now settled down again, enjoying the shade on this warm afternoon. But we're going to sit with them for a little bit, and hopefully, maybe as the sort of afternoon cools off, they will get mobile, and we're going to hope, obviously, they go east and head deeper into Djuma, and maybe if we're lucky, we will catch them chasing some impalas around, hunting later this afternoon. But what a great way to start the afternoon. Even if at the moment we are just looking at a bit of fur in the grass, they're very, very well camouflaged there. But I have no doubt that at some point they will get up and mobile. Of course, if you have any questions you'd like to ask us about the dogs, about anything else we've seen, about us, about anything else in terms of the natural environment, you're most welcome to send your questions through using Twitter, the hashtag WildEarth. Kids under the age of 10, we would love to hear from you as well. You can email your questions through to kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. Otherwise, please download the app or check out the website. And yeah, anything you want to know about the bush, you're welcome to ask, and if we know, we will let you know. It's quite a quiet, still afternoon at the moment. As I said, it is very warm. We're just waiting for some activity. Sandra, yep, it is Bumble time, as always, Sunset Drives. Always great to have the 4 hours in the afternoon. I know Kelly is out, and we'll send you over to her to say good afternoon at some point. And yeah, who knows what we might find. Every day is a school day, as Kelly likes to say. So we're hoping for great things this afternoon, but even if we don't see anything other than the dogs, it's just always a treat to be out here enjoying the ambience of the African bushveld. There's a lovely sort of pungent smell where we are at the moment. Where the dogs are lying, they're in a patch of what is called dwarf sage. And every time they've moved around and as we've positioned the vehicle, it's released the chemicals that are contained within those plants, and there's a very distinctive sagey smell in the air, which is probably a good thing for us because this plant is also used as an insect repellent. You can just see it there in the shot on the left-hand side of the screen. It's got those little tiny purple flowers on the top. So that is used as an insect repellent traditionally out here, and you can literally just pick it and rub it on your skin. And those chemicals do keep flies and mosquitoes and things away. Otherwise, it can be dried out, and some people put it between their sheets in their wardrobes to keep insects at bay and moths instead of mothballs. But yeah, it's very effective. A lovely smell-o-vision moment this afternoon. I think we've just got one dog that was distracted briefly. I think Craig might be able to pick him up through this white berry bush. You can just see some ears twitching in the grass, just having a bit of a scratch. I'd say we counted 10 dogs this morning. We believe that there should be 11 in this pack, and one of the females was heavily pregnant from speaking to one of the other vehicles this morning. So there's a good chance that perhaps she is not too far away, maybe denning somewhere. So we'll keep you updated if we find anything else. Okay, whilst we sit and watch what these dogs get up to, we'll send you across for an update on the weather.
What? Good afternoon. And we have found another guinea fowl butterfly. We tried to get this butterfly the other day, but it left. You can see why it's called a guinea fowl butterfly. Beautiful. Those spots on the wings, just like our helmeted guinea fowl that we see here. Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Kelly. I'm very excited to be with you this afternoon on Drive. Fantastic news that Ben's found those dogs again. Always a pleasure to have on the property. I've been following our Silver Eye. I've been following her tracks up straight along our access road this morning. She did leave the dam around about 11:45. We did hear monkeys calling, alarm calling, baboons around the dam very close to camp. But we've now worked out that was probably her. So we're close to Sandy Patch where we found her before. Her tracks did come off the road not too far away. I'm going to have a little look around this area, see if we can't see what she's up to. I'm not sure if anyone was watching dam cam. Apparently she started roaring earlier when the baboons were alarm calling, which is quite odd. But I've grown quite fond of this old girl. She's walked in the heat of the day, but I'm hoping she might be around Sandy Patch again. She seems to like this area. So I'm going to spend... oh, we've got another... Is that a pansy? I think it's one of the pansies has just landed here as well. Oh, beautiful. Very, very nice. And we've got beetles. I'm going to carry on seeing if we can't get a glimpse of our old Silver Eye girl. And I'm going to send you back across to Ben, who's still with his dogs.
Thanks, Kelly. Well, good luck with your leopard hunt. I'm sure you'll have some good fortune. You found quite a few leopards of late. We've managed to reposition the vehicle slightly. You can see one dog there and those huge ears twitching just through that dwarf sage I was telling you about a little bit earlier. But they are very much settled in for the morning. I mean, they haven't really moved more than about 50 meters from where we left them at around about 8:30. So I'm sure at some point they're going to start getting active. And to the east of us, if they do go east further on to Djuma, which is of course what we are hoping for, we do have a couple of nice grassy plains where there's often impala close by, which of course is their favourite food. I think actually this morning I said that their hunting success has been noted as much as 90%. Having done a little bit of reading up on them this morning, I think sort of the average seems to be more like sort of 70-75%. As opposed to the dragonfly that I told you about this morning, which is a ridiculous sort of 97 to 98% success rate. So if they do start hunting, we will, if we can keep up with them, because that is always the challenge with dogs, of course. They run and they've got incredible stamina. They can keep a sort of constant speed of around sort of 40-50 kilometers an hour for kilometers on end, which is ultimately their hunting strategy, just to harass and if they can sort of take chunks out of their prey until the prey it's sort of gives up, has no option and just runs out of opportunity really. And it's because of that, one of many reasons that dogs have been persecuted and why they are so endangered, because they were deemed as vermin and sort of cruel in the way that they conduct their hunts, which is a little unfair. I mean, it's just nature's niche that it has offered to them, or the niche that they have developed for themselves. And just to put anybody's mind at ease, they have done various studies on it, and they don't believe it's any more traumatic for an animal than it is to be taken out by a lion or a leopard. The poor animal in question it's got so much adrenaline running through its system that we don't believe that it is subjected to any more stress than any other horrific killing situation, if I could put it like that. Their other biggest issue, of course, is habitat loss. They do use massive tracts of land. They're not territorial as such, but they will stay in a home range and they will use that area for hunting. And for a decent sized pack, that can be somewhere between 500 to 1,000 square kilometers. So huge tracts of land are necessary for these dogs. But yeah, we're going to sit here a while longer, and as soon as they get active, you guys will be the first to know.
Back here at Sandy Patch, where we had our silver eye the other day. Having a good scan around. There's some impalas here, looking pretty relaxed. Doesn't look like she's come. It doesn't look like she's come off onto this road. Let's have a check. You see, we've got some impalas here in front of us. And they are looking left. But they're looking quite relaxed. It's quite still this afternoon. Still quite warm. I think I'm just going to wait a little while. I've got a feeling she is here somewhere, because there is a little pan here for her to drink from. So I'm going to listen, see if we can't hear any bird alarms. See if these impala give us a clue.
Well, the dogs are still here. I think an ear twitched whilst you guys were away. We have had a great deal of activity since then, but we will wait patiently for something to happen. But they do have a nice shady spot at the moment. So I haven't been able to count them this afternoon. I'm assuming we still have 10. I'm sure no one else has disappeared. I think there's a sort of a bundle where Craig is showing you sort of in that little patch. There's a bundle of 5 or 6. Just readjusting. And then a little bit sort of further behind them, there's another little group, but they're all flat in the shade at the moment. But I was saying before, they do particularly enjoy impalas. With the impala rutting season beginning to commence, the male impalas particularly are a little bit distracted with other things on their mind now, or becoming so. And obviously that's a perfect time for dogs to do their hunting. Males are getting a little bit too involved, chasing each other around, clashing horns. And it's been shown not just in Africa, but all over the world. I know in America, it's a common phenomenon as well. When predators hear the clashing of horns of antelope, it actually attracts them to that area. because they know that the antelopes are distracted and they're not keeping such a close lookout for potential approaching danger. And of course that leaves the window open for these predators to get a little bit closer before they spring their trap. It's still not a mean feat to catch an impala, though, it should be mentioned. They are very fast, they're very alert, they're very agile, and so they have a tendency to scatter, so the dogs will need to choose one individual and try and run it down and chase it as far as they can. And of course that is the impala's defense mechanism. It's actually amazing if you watch sort of lions or dogs spring the trap on impalas and they see them coming, they all scatter in various different directions, almost like a firework. They sort of just explode from their position, all leaping away in all different directions, and it becomes very difficult for the approaching predator to choose one individual, which of course is a very good defense mechanism. It's a very serene afternoon. The birds are quite quiet. You can see there's a gentle breeze. You can see the grass moving in the wind. Oh. Good afternoon, Elke. Thank you very much for your question. What age do they leave the den? Well, certainly for the first few weeks they will stay around the den. I'm just trying to think if I do know exactly when. I know that they're normally weaned after about 3 months or so. So that's when they would be more likely to start moving with the adults. I'm not sure whether they would then still sort of come back to the den after each foray away from it. But by 3 months they will be out and about with the pack. Quite at what stage they will actually become more nomadic again, I'm not sure. But by a year, certainly the pups will be big enough to be actively involved in the hunt. So I would say somewhere from sort of 3 months onwards, but quite at what age, and I'm sure it differs between packs and individuals, the dogs and the alpha pair, or particularly the alpha female, will decide that, right, we've had enough denning, and they'll move on to other areas. I'm not 100% sure. The thing is with dogs, with their voracious appetite of taking multiple impalas during the course of a day, potentially, especially for bigger packs, they need to keep moving. If they stay in one area too long, they will decimate that area. And so that is often what happens in those sort of farm communities. They find a nice supply of sheep or goats, and they will sort of exhaust that supply, and that's when, unfortunately, they do get persecuted by man because of those tendencies. But thank you, Elke. I think that's probably the best answer I can give you, but I've no doubt it changes between packs, availability of food and resources, and potentially the number of offspring, excuse me, the number of offspring produced, which on average is around sort of between 5 and 10. But there have been records of over 20 pups being born to the alpha female, which could you imagine having to look after 20 young mouths? Just do the occasional groan as one rolls over. One of the other problems that does affect dogs, of course, is diseases. They are susceptible to rabies, anthrax if they feed on an infected carcass, which particularly in the northern areas of Kruger does become a problem from time to time, and canine distemper, particularly if they do come into contact with feral dogs. That's also another big problem. I know that, I'm trying to think where it was, I think it was in Madikwe. They lost quite a few dogs a few years ago to canine distemper. There are a lot of feral dogs in the surrounding areas, the other side of the fence of these game reserves, and here in the Sabi Sands we are quite close to the western boundary of the greater Kruger area, and if they do get through the fence and they do get into communal land and come into contact with dogs, that is unfortunately a problem that does befall quite a few dog packs. course, one of their biggest threats is lions. Oh, excuse me, a frog in my throat this afternoon. Remember, all predators will kill other predators, not because of food, but just purely to remove competition, because they're all ultimately eating the same thing, and predators do like to take away the opportunity to share with others. And if lions find one of those den sites, they have been known to remove all of, or most of, if not all of those cubs, and that is a fate that a lot of wild dogs fall foul to. So interactions with lions and hyenas is a big problem, and with a lot of these private reserves, with dogs wanting to expand and always looking for massive tracts of land within which to do their hunting. I mean, for example, up in the Serengeti, where it's a lot more open and there's a lot more space, there have been record of packs roaming or having home ranges of somewhere close to 4,000 square kilometers for one group of animals. In this area, it's sort of around about the 500 square kilometer mark. But you can imagine that if they do come into contact with lions often in an area, that's going to push them out of that area. And if that means that they come into contact more with people, and then that is when the human-wildlife conflict becomes an issue again. So there's a lot of problems for wild dogs, and like I said this morning, I'm not sure of the absolute latest figures of them, but not many more than 5,000 or 6,000 left in the entire world, and a couple of thousand only here in South Africa. So we're very honoured even to catch a glimpse of fur through the grass. While we sit with these amazing predators, I'm going to send you over to Pridelands and to JP, who'd like to say good afternoon.
Good afternoon and welcome to Pridelands. We would love to go and join Ben with the dogs, as it's one of my favorite animals, and I'm so glad that he could manage to actually locate on them. My name is JP Leroux, and behind the camera we've got Paul. So at the moment we're actually looking at a gall that's right over here on the branch of this knobthorn. If you ever wondered what a gall is, it's actually abnormal growth which is actually created by either wasps or midges, and when they inject a certain chemical inside there as well as their egg, that will then start acting as a chamber where the young will actually develop in, and also provided with sufficient amount of food. But it's not only just insects that utilize plants. Plants also will utilize insects in return, and one of the most common forms that trees and plants actually will use the insects is to actually attract them by means of a reward of nectar and utilize them to pollinate them. And one of those species which is so common and is so essential for us out here to pollinate plants is obviously bees. Well, there's a wide range of different other species such as butterflies and moths which will also assist. There's even some species of mammals like bats that specialize in pollinating certain plant species as well. We also see that when it does come to plants utilizing insects, some plants will actually release chemicals of a certain parasitic caterpillar that will feed on them, and in response to releasing that specific chemical, which mirrors the same smell as those caterpillars, will actually then trick a number of wasp species to be attracted to the plant and come and deal with these caterpillars which are actually hindering them. At the same time, if we have a closer look up here, there's a strange little brown little patch right over here on the edge of this knobthorn, and it's actually the accumulation of tiny frass pellets, which is a waste product which is created by a certain species of beetle, which is feeding on the dead sections of this knobthorn. We're going to continue and go and see what else we can go and find. Let's go and see what the rest of the team is up to.
Well, we have a pile of puppies. I'm still enjoying this afternoon sun, or the shade I should say, enjoying a bit of respite from the afternoon sun. We've got what we believe to be the Sans Ottawa pack. We did count 10 individuals this morning when we found them, and they have not yet really moved from their original position. They've had a very lazy afternoon and latter part of the morning, it seems, but we're going to wait patiently here and hope that they start getting mobile and a little bit more active as the afternoon wears on. But you can see we've got a sort of a puddle of dogs that have all kind of merged into one great big splodge of whites and blacks and brown colours, lying in this little patch of dwarf sage, and the lovely aroma is wafting around as we sit here. Very quiet afternoon, but we're going to sit and listen quietly for a couple of minutes and see if we see any movement. Might be able to hear the grey go-away bird calling in the background, the noise, which is often an alarm call. I think he's sitting probably about 70-80 meters away on top of a marula, but I'd be surprised if it's alarming for these dogs. I don't think that the bird would be able to see them from here. Well, you haven't missed much, viewers. The dogs are still flat in the same location where we found them about half an hour ago or so. A bit of a tongue twister this afternoon. But so we're hoping that we're going to get some activity in the not too distant future. We're just so lucky to be able to see these guys. As I said, very limited numbers available in the world, or left in the world. Only a few thousand of them. As far as I know, it's the second most endangered predator on the African continent, behind the Ethiopian wolf, which of course is found up in sort of northeast Africa. I'm not quite sure how many of those there are left, but either way, a lot of these predators are under great threat, mostly from nothing else, from the expansion of man and habitat loss. I actually read a terrifying statistic not that long ago with regard to lions. It seems that around about 100 years ago there were over 400,000 wild lions roaming Africa. Now, in the 2020s, there's only around somewhere between 20 and 25,000. There's a massive, massive drop. The scarier part is that, from what I understand, from looking at the amount of land that is available for lions, we have around about the right number of lions for the available space for them. It's what we call the carrying capacity. And there's a very sort of general rule of thumb, because obviously it depends on availability of resources and how much prey there is, how much water there is, and so on and so forth. With lions, you generally work on around about 1 lion per 1,000 hectares or so. So that was a terrifying statistic for me, that not only have we lost what is ultimately sort of 80 to 90% of wild lions in the last 100 years or so, but it's not just through hunting, it is more through to the relentless expansion of humans and the removal of natural habitat. And when it comes to dogs, as I've said, that need such a large area to move around in, you can certainly understand why their numbers are dropping. Okay, well, while Craig and I bake in the heat, we're going to send you over to JP, who I think is sitting by a waterhole, and if I know JP, he'll probably be doing some birding.
Welcome back to Pridelands. We decided to stick to a watering hole for this afternoon, as it's still incredibly warm and the wind also just started picking up. So we're going to sit in the shade, and as we are sitting here, we can already hear distant vocalizations of elephant and we hope that they're going to pop into the dam to come and have a drink. But in the meanwhile, we are watching a number of blacksmith lapwings, which is on the edge of the water. I just watched actually how one caught a grasshopper a few seconds ago and actually rushed into the water to actually retrieve it, and that's something that I've never seen before, actually, that they pick off things off the edge of the water. And one of the things that we find particularly interesting with lapwings is that also the origin of the genus of their name, which they belong to, which means Vanellus, and all the lapwings belongs to that specific group. And it's apparently an Old English word which refers to the sound of what the wings make when they do fly. And one that you will find in England is common lapwing. I actually like them. I haven't seen them for many years now. So coming back to the species name of our blacksmith lapwing, which is armata, and the word armata actually means either spined or armed. And for those of you that are familiar with lapwings, they are very quick to actually chase as well as mob intruders that come close by to their nest. Especially if you walk your dog, it's very quick to fly up with it towards the dog and start attacking it. And what it uses as a defense is that sharp spine at the edge of the wing. When it does come to the blacksmith lapwings, if you ever wondered where they get their name from, it actually comes from onomatopoeic sound that they produce. And it's quite often for many of the different bird species out here to actually have onomatopoeic names. We also see quite often when it does come to the naming of birds that they will be named either after people that actually originally described them, or that they will be named. I just want to quickly explain to you that in a moment. I'm just watching what that one lapwing is doing. There's a little three-banded plovers, which is around the second one. And he doesn't like them. He's very, very quick to actually start chasing them away. And then I was just on the point that a lot of the birds are also named after either areas or either after people or certain types of behavior which the bird will display. Over the last few years, we've also seen that there's a large number of changes when it comes to bird names. And the reason why they have done that is not as many people believe is to sell more bird books, but the reality of why they do it is that there's uniformity between names. In the first place, you don't want to have two of the same species with two different names, which makes it for the common layman a little bit easier to actually associate the specific bird's name to it. And you also at the same time want to prevent that you don't have two different species with the same name either. While we're watching our lapwings and seeing what they get up, let's go and see what Kelly is doing.
So we have done a loop all around past the gate. We think Silver Eye has probably crossed towards Sydney's Dam. We didn't see any tracks coming out, but she certainly turned that way. There was no tracks going past the gate there. So we're going to leave our fluff cat for now. Well, maybe I have had a scan around the dam, but no sign of her. But we're very close to the dam. And we found these warthogs, a little family here. And this would be a fantastic snack for our old lady Silver Eye. They were in the open, but as is fairly standard with warthogs, they have moved a little bit away. But I do love to see these guys. It's lovely watching them down on their knees, digging for roots and tubers. They're actually specialists. They will use their tusks to get down under the roots. Susie, warthogs are kind of related to pigs. As is often the case, taxonomic stuff changes quite frequently, and I think it's family split or a genus split. I can't quite remember. So they're not, they don't sit right next to pigs, but they are sort of fairly closely related to them. Their body shape, this sort of thing, gives this away. I will actually check. There's a split between those bush pigs, warthogs. I can't remember if they're different, exactly where the split is. I'll have a look in my taxonomy archives and I'll come back to you with exactly where that split happens. This warthog is not on its knees anymore. So if a lot of these animals, you will find them outside of protected areas as well, as with so many of these animals. Warthog, bush pig, often found outside of protected areas. And you wouldn't want you wouldn't want these guys, if you've been planting potatoes, you wouldn't want them in your garden. They would do an incredible job. It's actually warthogs are that they will snack on things other than vegetable matter as well. These big males, I can't quite see what this family makeup is, but the big males, they can be up to 100 kilograms. That's a lot of pig. Always foraging in the daytime. Linda, I also love the warthogs. They've got such character. I'm sorry they've got their noses in the grass over there. But they're such characters. When they move, they've always got a bit of a swagger going on, I think. And when they're moving around, they very rarely walk without purpose. There we go. They always look like they've got something very important to do, the way they trot. Very, very busy. So they only ever... Hello, what did you hear? Oh, if Silver Eye's here, she would love to snack on one of these, but they are very... they're very alert animals. But lions, they will... I haven't seen it personally, but I have seen lions, a clip of video, a lion actually digging a warthog out of a burrow. So if Silver Eye is here, maybe we should come back here a little bit later on.
Welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. It's a lovely warm afternoon and quite gusty little winds that are picking up every now and then. That's most likely because the weather is starting to slowly change, and the next day it's believed that we'll also have a cold front that will be heading this way. And it's quite often we find that there's indifferences between air temperature, which leads to the movement of air to start. The movement of air combined with some heat and enough moisture is one of the most important elements when it actually does come to creating weather. And we can also feel that our weather and climatic conditions are changing very rapidly now as we're slowly advancing towards winter. The mornings we have now noticed is already crisper and more of the birds are slowly disappearing. At the moment we're enjoying a view on a number of different bird species which is flying in and out from our waterhole. And most of these are all resident species. And some of them that's just landed over there. I'm not sure if you can get them important. And the opposite side of the dam is actually a number of doves. And the ones that did fly in is known as a ringneck dove. For most of us, we actually do know them as Cape turtle doves, with a very familiar call of drink lager or work harder, as many people would call it. It's always great if you can actually create a few mnemonics, or donkey bridges as some people also refer to them, when it does come to bird calls. And it's an easy way of actually remembering them. But it does take a little bit of practice, and if you can get the hold of the calls on an app, it's very quickly to start learning them. and they definitely will help you to very quickly start locating birds, especially those a little bit more tricky species. And it's just fun to actually start looking at all the different birds in your garden and to actually start off learning their calls first.
Okay, well, Craig and I made the decision to leave the dogs for a little bit. We're just going to loop the block and see actually if we can identify where there's any potentially nice plump impalas that might be of interest to the dogs when they do get active. There is another vehicle that's pulled in there, so we'll get any updates. Just turn the radio down. But we were really struggling to bring you any pictures at all. They're so well settled deep in that dwarf sage there that we thought we would just ring the changes a little bit and check the lay of the land, as it were. But yes, crossing fingers very much that they do come east. I haven't actually found any impalas yet. I've done Balanites, I'm now coming north back up Zoe's. Good afternoon, Justine. Thanks for the question. Wild dogs generally will always hunt as a pack. However, if one individual gets separated or decides that he or she wants to emigrate from the pack, they will hunt alone, but they won't be taking large prey. I've never seen it, but I don't see that there's any reason that a dog wouldn't be able to subdue an impala. But remember, it's not like a lion or a leopard that has the strength to jump on that animal and bring it to the ground and clamp its jaws around the windpipe to stop it from struggling. They're not really built for that kind of attack. So if a dog was to get separated and have to look after itself, I would imagine it would survive more by scavenging from other carcasses. It has no problem eating carrion either, or it would be taking smaller items of prey, maybe sort of scrub hares, other small rodents. If it can, maybe a sort of a steenbok or a sites, but it's certainly not something that I've ever seen myself. But anything's possible. The instinct to survive is great amongst these animals, and generally speaking, they will find a way. What does happen sometimes is that the packs split. If the pack deems that they're getting too big and they decide that it would be more beneficial to split, then often you might get some of the members of similar ages, often of similar sex. You might get the males may migrate away as a small group, and they might bump into another small group and be integrated into that pack, and that's sort of ultimately how new packs form. What I have heard of actually is that sometimes the beta female, because you have the alpha male and alpha female in wild dog society that do most of the mating, sometimes the beta female is chased out. If she was to have pups, then it's quite possible that the alpha female might chase her out and she'd have to go and find another pack herself. Nature Lover, you're asking if about other predators hunting dogs. There's nothing that sort of goes out of its way to hunt in terms of wanting to eat. But as I mentioned a little bit earlier, dogs and lions hate one another, and lions will certainly kill wild dogs if they come across them and they can. Who have we got in the road there? We've got a little Cape turtle dove. He's going to fly away. But I think it's a bit of a stretch to say that they're hunted by lions, but if lions do pick up their scent, they may well follow them, and if they do find the den site, then it's quite possible that they will kill. But I don't know whether you want to call that hunting. Sort of, as I said, removal of competition more than anything else. If you can hear the cicadas in the background, they're still making a fuss. And we've just got a little, what used to be called a Cape turtle dove up in the tree there. It's now called a ring-necked dove, one of our most common species that we've seen here. But just like the impalas, They're common because they're good at what they do and an integral part of the ecosystem. A very distinctive call, sort of goes. So we like to say in the morning, they say work harder, and in the afternoon it's drink lager, or more easily to remember was Cape Turtle. It doesn't really work with ringneck dove, unfortunately. Learning bird calls is very difficult out here, especially if you don't have a musical ear like me. I'm completely tone deaf, so you need to sort of come up with something that the bird is saying and then associate that saying with the bird somehow. Of course, this is just one of many dove species we get in this area. We have the red-eyed dove. You might see a mourning dove here. I had a lovely emerald spotted wood dove a couple of days ago on drive. Tambourine dove in the more forested areas. And I'm sure the laughing dove is very common. There are lots of doves and pigeons, even speckled pigeons and rock doves and things are not an impossibility here. The bush is very quiet. There's barely a bird call to be heard. But I'm sure it'll pick up as the sun gets a little lower and the temperature starts to drop. Deborah, thank you. You're right. This bird is so beautiful. As I said, it's a bit of a shame. They do tend to get overlooked because there are so many of them. But they are so perfectly designed for what they do. Little seed eaters. He's just flitted out of the tree, just as I sort of made mention of your comment there, and he's now wandering around on the road the way they often do, looking for seeds that have been dislodged, often by traffic and cars coming through here. The grass is sort of beginning to die off now, and any existing seeds are sort of tending to be splattered onto the ground, and these guys are hoovering them up. It's quite funny to watch their tracks, or to identify their tracks, because they've got these little stumpy legs, and you can see them walking in front of the car here. You can see they're sort of constantly walking, looking at the ground, and with no particular idea of what they're doing, and they sort of meander around. You could got to imagine that they are a bit drunk. There's these tracks going round and round in circles. Okay, but I'm going to enjoy this little Cape Turtle dove. Keep an eye out for what's happening with the dogs, and I'll send you back over to JP and see what birds he's managed to find.
Welcome back to Pridelands. We're still listening to a number of different bird calls and looking at a number of different birds. Everything seems to have now moved on, although we can hear them. But at the moment, we are actually looking at a weeping boerbean tree, which is one of my favorite flowering trees out here. And normally we find that these trees will produce beautiful red flowers, and these red flowers are normally dripping with nectar, which also gives it the name of weeping boerbean. But we also see that a number of different spittlebug species will also associate with this tree. And when they start feeding on the leaves of this tree, they start dripping sap down onto the ground. And that excess sap that drops from their bodies then appears to let the tree be raining. It's not the only tree that we find out here which appears to be raining due to the feeding behavior of spittlebugs. We also find that with African weeping wattle and also the apple leaf tree. When it does come to those bright red flowers being full of nectar, they're also quite often fed on by a number of different bird species, and we also see vervet monkeys quite often feeding on them. And one of the birds that I've often noticed which loves feeding on the seed pods is the grey go-away birds, which will break them open and then feed on those seeds. Once the seeds are roasted, they seem not to be toxic, but what we also find is that birds can deal with a lot of toxins, but when it comes to humans roasting them, they also roasted them specifically for the purpose of making coffee. We also find that the tree was quite often used up to the late parts of the 1890s for the building of wagons. In those days, they would make two different types of wagons, those that they would use for pioneering, and the other type of wagon that we would find was specifically for the purpose of transportation. And that was specifically when it came to these transport wagons that they used to use this tree for making the beams of those transport wagons. We're going to move on and let's go and see what Kelly is up to.
We have left the area of Sydney's Dam. Apparently we've had some reports, but someone thinks silvereye might be at Djuma Dam. So I'm going to go check. And on my way, I've just turned onto Vubu Road and seen some very nice fresh leopard tracks here. They're quite big, but I think they're probably female tracks. And I know Lady Tulumba is one of the bigger females you see here. Oh, look, they're fresh here. Oops. They're big tracks. Okay, well, they're going down the road, so let's go with them. I'm going to drive nice and slowly around this area. We haven't seen Tulumba for a couple of days now, and as I'm slowly learning the vibes here, it does seems she comes out every few days, so maybe we're due. Although she doesn't read my schedules, sadly. I'm developing a good feeling about spots. I think we could get lucky here. These tracks are very fresh. Let me just... Yeah, these are... There's some lovely big termite mounds here, lots of shade. So maybe, someone said they thought they saw silvereye at Damcam. I'm not sure if that could have been a Tulumba rather, somewhere in the grass, but that's got potential. I'm certainly going to carry on and follow up and let's find out.
Greg and I are sitting here on power lines. We just had a little flock of white-crested helmet shrikes. There's still one or two flitting around in this silver cluster leaf. They're lovely birds, these, one of my favourites. They never sit still, that's the problem. They're always moving through the bushes, trying to find little insects, being part of the shrike family. Often you get them in groups of sort of 6s or 7s, and they kind of barrel through the low areas of the bush looking for little grasshoppers and beetles and things that they can find on the trees there. Also in the background I can hear a magpie shrike calling as well. But we're just doing a spot of birding whilst we wait to see if the dogs get active. Just that sort of haunting noise of the go-away birds in the distance. Still a few barn swallows flitting around above us. They're still here, but they will be leaving for their long northern trek in the not too distant future. Got a Birchall starling flitting over. But it is still quite quiet this afternoon. We're going to sit and enjoy the sounds of the bush for a little while longer. I don't know if you guys can pick up that. So the magpie strikes black and white with a long tail, and both sexes have the long tail, which is quite strange. Normally it's the male which is far more well adorned in terms of its fancy clothing. Okay, well, Craig and I just got distracted with a little bit of birding. We were watching a lovely family of white-crested helmet shrikes, but as always with those birds, they didn't stick around for very long, so unfortunately they have moved off, and we had some nice calls of magpie shrike in the distance. Birds beginning to also wake up after a very warm afternoon here on Djuma. But we're moving west along power lines now back to Triple M, and we're going to head back in the direction of those dogs. Just seen the helmet shrikes again. Let's see if they settle, because these are very cool birds. I'd love to show you these birds. This one's sitting on that dead branch there, Craig. I don't know if you can get him. I don't want to go too close, but they don't sit around for very long. There we go. Stunning little thing. Black and white, and hopefully if he turns his head you'll be able to see they've got this lovely sort of yellow ring around their eyes. They're always in groups, and I don't know if you can see there's kind of a fluffy forehead that it's got, and that's where the name helmet shrike comes from. And they have a habit of flying through spider webs in order to pick up those spider webs, and then they will return back to their nesting site, and then they will use that spider web to sort of bind the nest to the tree to give it more stability. And then they will also wrap it around the nest itself. And the reason that they do that is so they can stick things like lichen and other leaves to camouflage the nest. Thank you, Birdwasher. Yes, it's always interesting to look for these pretty birds. There's so much variety out here. I mean, just in the Kruger area, there are about 450 species that have been recorded. So if you love your birds, there's so many varied habitats here that it's almost impossible to go out and find a whole bunch. I mean, normally when we go out and we do a proper birding day, especially in those first few hours in the morning when there's lots of activity, it's quite normal to be able to hit somewhere between sort of 50 to 100 birds within a few hours. I see Craig's just spotted a woodpecker as well. Speaking of birds, let's see if we can zoom in and see which species it is. We've got 4 species of woodpecker here. You still got it there, Craig? Yeah. Just seeing if we can get identification. Right, that's a cardinal woodpecker. Difficult to spot, but he's got a streaky chest, and what I did notice, this is a male cardinal woodpecker. He's got a red forehead, or red head, but his forehead is brown, has like a brown patch above his beak, and that's very distinctive of the cardinal woodpecker, the smallest of the 4 that we get in this area. Good spot, Craig. This guy's got incredible eyes and camera skills. You can just hear him tip-tapping on the branch there. Difficult to pick up in all of that foliage. There you go. Tick, 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 tick. Just tapping on the wood there, looking sort of for any echoes of perhaps some insects, some little wood-boring insect larvae in there perhaps. And then of course they will also drum on dead wood as a form of sort of territorial marking as well. So definitely the male with the red head. The female looks very, very similar, but she also has that brown spot, but she has a black head. And that's the same with most of the woodpecker species out here. The males have the red and the females have black heads. I hope you can hear that little sort of exploratory tapping. There he is. But amazing birds and many adaptations. I know JP was telling you about some of the adaptations yesterday, I think, but the one that I think is most amazing is the tongue. So the tongue for us is sort of attached somewhere down our throat, but in a woodpecker it wraps right the way around the skull, and then the attachment point is actually sort of just above the beak, almost between the eyes. So the whole muscle of the tongue wraps around the skull, and that acts like a shock-absorbing cushion, like a bit of suspension, so that when it is tapping forcefully on the head, it just protects the brain and the skull, so that you end up not getting a concussion, basically. And of course, having a massive attachment point means that that tongue muscle is incredibly strong. And when they do drill a little hole like this, that tongue has got like backward-facing barbs on it, a bit like sort of a fishing line, and it sticks this very long tongue into the hole that he's created, hooks onto the little larvae, which would then obviously try and sort of blow itself up and wedge itself in its little hole that it's got there. But by having that very long muscle attachment, gives the tongue great strength, and you can basically sort of harpoon it with those barbs and pull it out of the hole for later, or for consumption. Very, very cool. And you can see there's very, very stiff tail feathers that it uses, almost like a bicycle stand, to prop against the bark for more stability. Okay, we're going to enjoy this little cardinal woodpecker for a little while longer and head back towards the dogs and see if we've got any activity. And I'm sure JP is still also birding by his dam. Let's see what he's got that side.
Welcome back to Bridlands. At the moment we're still looking at a number of different birds, but they're flying in and out. And the thing with birds is as soon as you put a camera on them, they tend to actually fly away. And there's so many wonderful things that we would love to tell you about them. But what we did find, which is sitting perfectly still, is a terrapin, which is enjoying the late afternoon sun. And as most of you know, that reptiles are dependent on external heat to regulate their body temperature. In this case, he will enjoy the late afternoon sun before he actually retreats back into the water. And at night, the water temperature is actually more consistent, and therefore there's a less marked loss of temperature and expenditure of energy for this creature. We also find a few interesting things about terrapins, as that their closest relatives obviously is tortoises as well as turtles. And we find that they all are a very ancient group of reptiles. And they probably date back to some 200 to 220 million years that they've already been on the planet. Another group of reptiles, which is also quite long-lived, or very ancient group, is actually crocodiles, and they believed to be around for some 180 million years already. When it does come to reptiles, it's believed that they actually evolved from an amphibian-like ancestor, and one of the characteristics which enabled them to cross over from being amphibian to actually moving onto land and moving away from water is eggs that actually has a calcium layer in most cases, which will allow for the development of the young and the development of a thick horny skin, which actually can keep water back. An ability to keep water back has also allowed them to actually expand their range as a group of reptiles into of animals into a very wide number of different habitats, which includes even desert-like environments. As we already just mentioned, that when it comes to tortoises and terrapins and turtles, they've been around for very long. We also find that tortoises, which is a close relative to them, is also a very long-lived species. And there's also records of tortoises reaching actually ages of roughly some 190 years of age. As far as my knowledge stretches, that's generally the case for Galapagos tortoises. I would also quite be curious to know how long our leopard tortoises can live for. We're going to spend a little bit more time waiting for it to cool off and then go and see what else we can go and find. And meanwhile, let's go and see what Kelly is doing.
I'm just around the back of Djuma Dam. I haven't been looking closely to see if those leopard tracks stayed on the road. It's very, very thick around the back of the dam here, so the chances of me being able to follow them, well, I couldn't follow them off-road. So after potential reports of some sort of cat being at the dam, I'm just going to head to the dam. But I've just stopped here at the dip. We've got some impalas that are very relaxed down here in the dip. But I just heard some francolins over to my left who sounded less than happy. So I'm just having a little loiter. I can hear a crested barbet calling in the distance. I know the other day we were asked to find a crested barbet. I've never looked so hard for a crested barbet in my life, and now I can hear one calling at the top of his lungs. Those francolins behind us have gone quiet now, so I'm just going to sit for a minute. See, they're not happy. They're still shouting. The birds, when they alarm call, if you just hear a sort of wah, 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 and then they go quiet, something made them jump or something touched their toe or something. But when they carry on, they'll be noisy and they'll fly up in the air. They'll be sort of flushed. See, and this impala's just looked up as well. They'll be flushed and then they'll go quiet again, but this bird is still shouting behind us. I might actually... These impalas are looking... I'm going to reverse a bit, I think. So I'm parallel with this francolin that's alarm calling. They're still going. If anyone has got a visual at dam cam at the moment of any cat-like creatures, I would love an update. I can't actually access that feed. Gonna stick my nose in here. There's no, sorry G, there's no visual there. But those francolins are alarm calling sort of maybe 40 or 50 meters into this bush. I don't know if you can hear them, but they've been shouting for a few minutes now. So I'm looking to see if there's any birds of prey, which I can't see. This also gives me a better view of the road behind me than where I was on the corner there. And as I'm learning, the leopards, your Juma leopards here, they just wander around any time of day. Doesn't matter if it's hot. This franklin's deeply disturbed. So the things I would be looking for, if there was a raptor flying over, if there was a snake eagle or something like that, these francolins would alarm call, but they wouldn't normally keep going like this. I've got a nice view of the corner we've just come around behind me. I'm definitely going to hang around here a little bit longer. Everybody cross your fingers for some spots.
Welcome back to Pridelands. Between Mimpour, the cameraman, and myself, we're just having a giggle because most of the times when we do bring a camera onto birds, they tend to fly. And there's so many interesting things that we always want to share about them. And the bird that we have on the view at the moment is a grey heron, which is one of the more common species of herons which we find in South Africa and throughout Africa as well as in Europe. One of the things that I do find particularly interesting is that this heron species, although it's the most common of all the heron species, was almost extinct somewhere in the early parts of the previous century. And the reason why is that they were heavily persecuted specifically for their breeding plumes, which was then put in dresses as well as hats which were worn by ladies. Luckily, a few people then decided to campaign against it, and the campaign was so successful that it actually brought back the herons' numbers. And it's actually it's quite shocking sometimes if you do read the statistics on how many hundreds of thousands of these herons were just simply slaughtered for their feathers. A few things that I do find interesting about them, as well as the way that they will hunt when it comes to the larger species of herons. They tend to be more patient, and they actually will stand still and ambush. We also quite often see that they will take a lift on hippos and use a hippo sometimes as a perch, and then go back into hunting position. We find when it does come to the smaller heron species and egrets, some of them use a wide range of different tactics. One of those is known as a black heron, which actually will create an umbrella by folding its wings over its head and then attract fish in close distance and then strike at them when they come and utilize the shade underneath it. We also find that species such as the striated heron, also known as a greenback heron, will quite often use food particles which they will throw directly into the water to attract their prey closer and then strike at them. Another tactic which we also find with species like little egret, which has got little yellow feet, is actually disturbing their food items with their feet and actively chasing them, the prey.
Well, welcome back, viewers. We have got a part of a wild dog through the grass. We think we can see an ear. I'm afraid Craig and I had a bit of a shock when we came back here. We pulled in and there was no sign of them, and we thought we'd made a terrible mistake by leaving them, and then we'd lost them. It turns out they just moved to even thicker patch of grass and a little bit more shade. Thankfully, they popped their head up as we sort of went past where they were. Yes, my heart skipped a beat. I thought you would never forgive us if we had lost them. As it is, at the moment, all we can show you is sort of pieces of dogs. It's like a jigsaw. It's a bit of a challenge for you guys to put together. There's some fur, an ear here or there, but it's rather difficult to discern exactly what part of what we're looking at. It is still very warm, but the sun is definitely getting lower. It's now about 20 to 5 now. So we were hoping that perhaps around sort of 4:45, 5 o'clock, we might get to some activity. Did our little loop of the block. There were some impala not too far from here, just the junction, power lines and Zoe's. So if they do get mobile east, that will probably be a good place to try and pick them up again, because chances are if they go straight east through the block here, we're never going to keep up with them. It's nigh on impossible to keep up with hunting dogs, especially when poor Craig's hanging on for dear life in the back. We're bumping around. But we will just hope. It's a shame we had a nice breeze this morning coming from the east, which is from Djuma side. But the breeze has completely died now. Afternoon, Caitlin. Thanks very much for the question. I'm going to have to make an educated guess at this one. I don't think that the pack would go and look for a lost member as such. But I would thoroughly expect the lost member to try and find its way back. They do have, like all dogs, an excellent sense of smell, and every wild dog pack has its own unique smell. I mean, it's a very pungent smell. They have a penchant for sort of rolling in urine and carcasses and feces and things. There is a very distinctive, strong wild dog smell, and to dogs, every pack will have its own unique smell mixed in with the glands and the secretions from their skin. I don't know is the simple answer, I'm afraid, Caitlin. I wouldn't have thought they would go out of their way to try and track down a member, and rather it will be left to the lost one to try and find its way back. And if it can't, then it may well have to eke out a solitary existence or bump into another pack and perhaps try and integrate into that pack. But it's a good question, one that I do not know the answer to. I hope I never have to find out. It would be horrible to see one dog off on its own. But yeah, I mean, occasionally individuals do have to migrate for genetic diversity, so males do often leave to find mating opportunities elsewhere, but usually they'll leave as a group. Okay, well, we're going to wait here patiently and hope we get a little bit more activity of these shapes in the grass. In the meantime, I'm going to send you back over to Kelly and see what she's looking at now.
So I just had a little walk in towards where that Franklin was alarm calling. There is a nice big tree that I just walked towards, and the bird stopped. I did have a scan with my binoculars and I couldn't see anything, and the bird's gone quiet now. But these two youngish male impalas, they're not, one's just started feeding again. They're not super relaxed. Maybe there's something swirling on the wind. Not that there's much wind, maybe just something in the air that's making them a little bit uncomfortable. I think let's carry on around to the dam. I would hate to miss an opportunity there. Checking to see if there's any tracks come back onto this road. There's plenty of hyena tracks. Just checking all these trees. Oh, I still haven't recovered from my evening I spent with Tsembe there. Oh, absolutely beautiful. I'm now torn between him and Tavangumi, who my favourites are, but I'm not supposed to have favourites. I'm still absolutely blown away with the leopard sightings here in Djuma. As I approach my dam, I'm going to send you over to JP, who I think is at his dam.
Welcome back to Pridelands. At the moment we're watching a red-veined dropwing, which is a dragonfly species. So every now and then you'll actually see him flying off and coming back to the perch. And what we're really hoping to show you is how he's actually catching tiny little insects on the wing and then devouring those. And he's a very rapid eater as well. And then he'll go for the next one. When it does come to dragonflies, they're actually quite tiny in comparison to their ancestors. And some of their ancestors were roughly some 750 centimeters in length. A few things that I do find particularly fascinating about dragonflies as well is they're often very good indicators of clean and healthy water systems. And we often find that when we do find them, it's in close proximity of water, especially in the summer months. And that's because they need water to actually breed. And what they'll do is that they will drop their eggs in the water, and then the young will develop inside the water, and those basically predators of other tiny aquatic organisms. Once they've grown, and they will crawl out, and then they will suddenly dice and turn into an adult. As the breeding season normally comes to an end, we also see that they will fly in open areas quite often away from water, as they no longer will need water to breed. If you do like photographing dragonflies, good afternoon, Kim, and welcome to the show. I'm glad that we could show you something new, and I'm also enjoying watching and actually hunting. Just a little tip, if you do like photographing dragonflies, the cooler and coldest part of the mornings are actually the best time to actually photograph them before that their body starts heating up and they start becoming very active. And at the same time, the light at that first hour after the sunrise is always on its best for photographing a wide range of different subjects. One of our other questions that we do get asked quite often is what is the differences between dragonflies and damselflies? If you do look at their bodies, in general, dragonflies are more robust and their wings are always open compared to a more slender body when it comes to damselflies with wings which is always closed. We're going to start moving on and go and see what else we can go and find.
After some reports of something cat-like at the dam, here we are. So I'm just going to sit quietly and do some scanning for a little while and see if we can't work out what was being seen. Can hear those starlings talking away.
Welcome back. We've managed to maneuver slightly so we can show you a slightly larger patch of fur. One did have its head up a little while ago, but they are definitely still in slumber mode this afternoon. But we have had a little bit of activity. Every now and again someone's putting a head up, so we're hoping that sometime in the next sort of 15 to 20 minutes, half an hour, we might start getting some movement. You can just see an ear there twitching in the grass, but it's very difficult to bring you a full-blooded image at the moment, I'm afraid. But I'm sure just the knowledge that they are there is good enough for you guys as it is for me. So, as I was saying earlier, we did find a little herd of impala not too far from the west, in the east from here. So we're just hoping the wind picks up a little bit and blows from the east and maybe carries the scent of those impalas in the general direction of the dogs, and hope that they move deeper into Djuma will make our life a lot easier. And in terms of, we were talking about genetic diversity a little bit earlier of impalas, and I think I mentioned it this morning as well. Wild dogs are one of the most important factors of helping genetic diversity of impalas, so it's not all a negative impact that they have in terms of killing so many of them. Because what dogs do, they chase impalas for such long distances that they completely destroy established herds, and that causes herds to become split up, and then they will those individuals will join other groups of impalas And it's one of the ways that sort of nature has figured out to stop too many impalas staying together in the same place for too long. So remember, it's not always a negative impact that these animals have. Depending on your point of view, it can be a positive thing. Yes, a few impalas are sacrificed along the way, but what it does do is diversify that genetic gene pool and spread out those genetics across multiple different herds across very large areas due to the great stamina shown during those long hunts. Thank you, Sinak. They're also always a highlight. Oh, there we go. There's a head. Always a highlight of any day. Oh, there was 2 dogs there. I didn't even realise there were 2. Yeah, they're always a highlight of any drive. You could just see a tail flicking there. You could see the leaves moving. I don't know if one tail disturbed the other one, perhaps. But yeah, always a highlight and always a great treat to see these endangered species. Hopefully we'll see them on the move at some point this afternoon. See that ear sticking up like a radar dish. Very, very sensitive hearing. So even though they are asleep, they are still very much attuned. If anything was to walk through this area and make a natural noise, bearing in mind they do have this ability, they've learned to sort of filter out the noise of people and of engines of cars because they've grown up in this area. But they are very much in tune with the sounds of the bush, and if something was walking through here and rustling the grass, they'd all pop their heads up. Very simply put, it could either be food or it could either be danger. So yes, they're sleeping and they're slumbering and snoozing, but they're still alert to some extent. It's very similar. When I was at university, I had a train line at the bottom of my garden, and when people came to stay, they couldn't sleep because these freight trains would go past in the middle of the night. And it kept me awake for the first week or so, but after a while your brain becomes used to it and you just tune out those noises that you come to expect. Yet, if a door opens in the house in the middle of the night, you sit bolt upright. It's amazing how the brain works that way. Okay, so hopefully we get a little bit of movement in the near future. In the meantime, we're going to send you back to Kelly at the dam and see if anything's popped up that side.
I have arrived at Djuma Dam and I've had a really good scan around and I can see no cat-like activity as yet. I know JP, I think he was just talking about dragonflies, and ever since Ben did his most successful predator in the bush quiz, I've actually been doing research on dragonflies, and I was hoping to find a nice still one to show you, but that is not to be. Incredible, actually, the scientific study of Odonata. It's the family that dragonflies, damselflies sit in, actually 2 suborders. And Odonata means toothed jaw in Greek, and it's referring back to the formidable biting mouth parts of the larva of dragonflies. And I know sometimes people get confused between damselflies and dragonflies. Dragonflies are excellent flyers. Damselflies, not so much. They're much more delicate. Don't fly as strongly. But I've been reading about the exceptional predatory skills of dragonflies. So I just wanted to show you the difference between the two. So damselflies, they're much slimmer, they're much skinnier, their wings are fairly similar shapes. And when they rest, there's actually two families that, or two groups that don't, but when they rest, they normally rest with their wings up behind their abdomens. So that's how they will rest. Very skinny, slimline. But then when you go to your dragonflies, you can see the difference. Much more heavily built. They will normally rest. Their wings are different shapes, different functions, and most of their, apart from one group, oh, they've got huge eyes. Incredible vision. I'm really into my bugs and my insects at the moment. There's just so much we don't know about them, and they absolutely fascinate me. So I think what I'm going to do, probably to G's horror, I'm going to go down to one of the other dams and maybe see if we can frame on one. That would make me very happy. I've had a good scan around here. I haven't seen any sign of any spots or any silver eyes. So I'm going to carry on, head down towards the dams. And to be perfectly honest with you, I want to go and see the baby lapwings. I'm so excited to go and see them. I was watching this morning and I was like, oh, we've been waiting for a long time for these little ones. I'm going to carry on down towards the dams, maybe try and frame a dragonfly, and if not, see some little fluffy babies. I'm going to send you over to Ben, who's still with his incredible wild dogs.
No, my dogs are not active. One of them put their head up. We all get very excited, and then they put them back down again. But I'm actually, oh, there's some movement in the grass. I'm actually very jealous of Kelly going to see those lapwings. When I heard about that from Tess this morning, I got very excited because I actually did see those blacksmith lapwings a couple of days ago. I think I was out with Paul, and we were speculating that maybe we thought that lapwing had a nest there. So that's very, very cool to hear that they've got some chicks, and I'm certainly, when I'm next in that area, going to go and make a beeline down there and see how they're getting on. Oh, there you can see, I think it's just having a bit of a scratch. But it is rather difficult to discern what is what and who is who in this long grass. But if this is a little bit of sort of scratching and grooming, that is potentially a precursor to a little bit of movement. We did see one have a yawn earlier, a little bit of grooming, a little bit of yawning. Oh, we have momentary action. Okay, while we wait for anything big to happen here, I'm going to send you back over to Pridelands with JP.
Welcome back to Pridelands. We decided to go from walk on to drive and go and see what else we can go and find. And we didn't drive too far, and we actually managed to locate a big elephant bull. We've been watching him feeding on the grasses over there, so when it does come to elephant bulls, we tend to actually stop and give them some space and see what they get up to. In this case, he's actually coming a little bit closer to us, and we're happy with him that he's not in must or that he's showing any forms of aggression. I just want to see what he's up to and just keep talking to him. Oh, you okay? Hello. As long as that you have a consistent talking to them and you don't actually have sharp raises in your voices, they'll all be fine. What you don't want to do with them is unnecessary start the engine, because that can potentially startle them. Let's see what he's going to get up to. I'm just going to continue talking to him while he's busy feeding and wait for him to move on. Just decided that he's actually going to start feeding on this tree wisteria. A few minutes ago, he was still busy feeding on grass. At this time of the year, there is still a lot of green grasses around. However, we see that the grasses are now becoming yellow and all lignified. And that means that it actually has very little nutritional value at that point. And that's a point when they rather start focusing on browsing. One of the important things that I did look at when we did look at this elephant at first is if he's actually eating or if he's actually pretending to eat. If he was pretending to eat, it would actually mean that he was discomfortable or uncomfortable with us. One of the things that we do find with elephants is that almost every individual has got its own temperament. And within different areas, we can also see that different groups of elephants also will display different temperaments. In some areas, we will not even go close to elephants. However, over here, they seem to be incredibly comfortable with vehicles. One of the things that you can now actually see as it's busy fanning its ears and cooling itself is those network of veins at the back. And by simply moving the ears forward and backwards, those veins now actually will be cooled and start cooling the blood of the animal. And it can bring down its body temperature, some 3 degrees to 4 degrees Celsius, they reckon. Well, we're also very close to the elephant at the moment. You'll notice that there's a large number of skin folds. And those uneven skin folds actually creates an even larger surface area, which assists with cooling the animal further down. I find it rather interesting that both elephants, as well as species such as hippo, as well as rhinos, cannot actually sweat to cool themselves down. And that's why they have to have such a wide range of different tricks that they will utilize to cool themselves. Well, we're going to watch our elephant for a little bit longer, see what he gets up to. And meanwhile, let's go and see what the rest of the team is doing.
It's been going forever. The sun is actually surprisingly warm sitting at that dam. We're going to slowly make our way down to the other dams now. We just see this little hodgepodge of birds on the road. Ah, shower time. It's lovely watching these birds dust bathe to get parasites and things and mites out of their feathers. And look how the other one's gone in there. The first one kicked up the dust and the second one, it's like going in to use the same bath water, I suppose. Easier than running a bath for yourself. All fluffed up, look. Okay. They finished their shower. I didn't want to disturb their business. But we can carry on now down to the dam.
Welcome back to Pridelands. We're still with our elephant and we see he's just been joined by a second bull. And as we listen, we can also hear a number of other elephants making their way into this direction. I assume in this case that it's a all bachelor group. As quite often we will find that we have two main groups when it comes to elephants and their social structure. And the first is a typical breeding herd that consists out of a matriarch as well as her offspring. and young males generally up to the age of 12 and 15. Once these guys get kicked out, they all go and join bachelor herds. We also generally find that once they turn roughly by 25 years of age, they're large enough and they can start competing with other big bulls, because you can actually go into a reproductive condition at a much earlier stage, but the females will not accept those bulls when they do go. It's interesting to watch the interaction, how they're locking their trunk, and quite often we see that they will either be friendly towards one another, and in some cases they will even play a fight with one another. Good afternoon, Yarin. The elephants that we're viewing at the moment, they're roughly some 40 meters away from our vehicle at the moment. We allowed our elephant to start moving on, and then from there we gave them a little bit more space. They're entirely relaxed at the moment, and their intentions towards one another is also friendly. Quite often when elephants are in must, we'll very quickly see that those intentions are not of that nature, and it can turn aggressive and lethal towards the other opponent very, very quickly when it does come to fighting, when they're in that condition. For those of you that aren't familiar with must, it's actually a condition where their testosterone level increases by 6-fold, and it makes them a little bit cranky. There is actually a breeding herd that's also approaching us at the moment. There's a tiny little elephant that I can see coming through the bush from our left-hand side. Good afternoon, Megan, and welcome to the show. There's a lot of dynamics that's going to influence that, and the main dynamic that's going to influence that is the loss of daughters or older individuals in a group, because generally it is the oldest individual in the group, and that cow will then eventually focus less often on breeding, and she will also focus more on leading the group. We also generally find when it's a cow that will come to the end of her life, where she knows that she's no longer fit to lead, she'll then start passing that responsibility onto her oldest daughter and that group. So it's a very tricky question to answer, because there's so many different aspects which is going to influence it. And what we're going to do is we're just going to sit and watch him for a little bit longer, and then from there we'll be heading down back towards the dam. I definitely think these elephants' intention is to go and have a drink, especially after an incredibly long warm day as it we had. While we're enjoying our elephants, let's go and see what Ben and the dogs are up to.
Welcome back. I think these dogs have accidentally laid down in some super glue. Oh, that one's popped up and having a scratch. Craig and I were just debating. We're going to ask all you wonderful viewers, we would like you all please to send positive eastwardly mobile vibes to these dogs. We're getting the occasional flash like this, and then everything goes rather quiet again. Oh, there we go. Come on, maybe this is a precursor for some movement. These big ears, little radar dishes, disproportionately large ears, but also very furry inside that just act to muffle all the sound of the rustling in the grass, enable them to focus on other noises. We've got another one who's just hopped up and started to have a scratch. These are all good signs of potential activity. Bit of blood flow. Oh, bless you. Here we see some stretching, a bit of greeting. This is looking good. That's very cool, viewers. I don't know if you saw that. That was a little bit of regurgitation. As I said, I can't remember if it was this morning now or this afternoon, but the pack, if you show submissive behavior, they will regurgitate food for each other, and that same food can go through various individuals. All right. We are going to do what we can. You see, it doesn't take long. They wake up and then they're gone. Hold on, Craig. This might get interesting. Yeah, I don't know how long we're going to be able to stick with them through here. Otherwise, we're going to have to work our way up to power lines and down Zoe's and see if we can pick them up coming out the other side. I can already see them disappearing into the distance. See, we cannot go too quickly through these bushy areas. Last thing I want to do is drive into a stump or fall into a big hole that we don't know is there, and if we get a puncture in here it just becomes somewhat problematic. I'm hoping they'll have their little frolic and then they'll settle down and do some more grooming. We've got a bit of an open area. I can actually see some impala up ahead, but I think they've already seen the dogs. They're already running. But they're not exactly in stealth mode just yet. But they don't walk and stalk like lions. I mean, this is what they do. They just blunder through the bush and then they'll find something and away we go. Okay, I'm going to brave third gear. I am in low range, of course. Oh, look at this beautiful light. Oh, Craig, can we get those? Even if it's just momentary. You're quite right, Amy. We will begin the chase, but I think it'll be mostly us chasing them. I'm hoping to keep up with them. At least it's nice and open here. But these open areas are a good place to find some impalas. Right, they've become a little bit more stationary. Let's see if we can get a little closer for you guys. So there were some impala ahead of us, but those impalas have already taken off doing their stotting, that sort of rocking motion like a rocking horse. I'm sure they saw the dogs coming. This is the worst nightmare for an impala, so they are very much aware of this being an option. Very nice. Okay, it looks like they've settled down, a little flurry of activity, and now we've relaxed again. Here are the arrow-marked babblers in the background making a lot of noise. Good afternoon, Nina. Thank you so much for the question. Do wild dogs have whiskers? They do have whiskers, but they're not as prominent as you would find on the cats. For example, lions and leopards have very, very obvious whiskers, but they have whiskers very similar to your dogs back at home. So what the whiskers are used for is to sort of understand their environment. And if you take something like a leopard, which has very, very, very long whiskers, that helps them to navigate through very thick areas of trees and bushes and sort of allows them to feel how big the gaps are that they're going to walk through. The dogs being a bit more social and preferring more open areas, they will certainly use their whiskers to help them understand the surrounding area, but they're not as reliant on them as the cats would be. But thank you very much for the question. Very nice. If you'll just excuse me, viewers, I'm just going to update on the radio. All right, well, we're hoping for a bit more activity here while we enjoy this little lull. I'm going to send you back over to JP and his elephants, and we'll keep you updated as and when these dogs become more active.
Welcome back to Pridelands. At the moment we're watching our breeding herd and bachelor herd of elephants that approach for water. Most of them is already drinking. I'm going to see if we can focus on that incredibly small elephant. It took itself into positioned itself in between the legs of the female, where it knew it was perfectly safe. One of the other things that it was busy doing at that point was actually drinking. And unlike the adults, it still hasn't developed the ability to actually utilize its trunk. So therefore it has to actually push its head into the water to be able to drink. I reckon that little calf is only a few weeks old, and I have to take a guess. It's probably no more than 120 kilograms in weight. When it does come to elephants, they're actually one of the animals with the longest gestation period, and they carry for roughly 22 months. As far as I know, it's one of the largest of the land baby species, which we find out here. Actually very cute. I'd actually climbed over that log there. I just find it amazing that a small little animal like that can grow from 120 kilograms and potentially reach 10,000 kilograms at some point in its life. But while we're watching them, let's go and see what Ben is up to.
Thanks, JP. Sounds like you're having fun with your elephants at the dam. Always a treat to see them having a drink. Well, the dogs haven't moved since you left us, but they might just be beginning to. They've just stopped and had a bit of a groom, a little bit of a rest. I think that was just a little spurt of energy. I've got one in front who's beginning to move off, and I'm sure the rest will soon be following. We're kind of at Impala Road clearings, or Impala clearings at the moment, south of power lines. It is nice and open here. But you can see there's still a lot of sort of social activity going on. Lots of grooming, sharing of scent markings, rubbing each other. And so we have had a little bit more regurgitation of food, which is unusual because normally when they're constantly moving, the stomach doesn't start to digest the food. It's only when they become static that those digestive juices really get to work. And having slept for basically the entire day from about 8 o'clock this morning until 5 o'clock this afternoon, I'm surprised that there was anything left to regurgitate, but that may have just been, of course, a sort of behavioral a residual thing rather than actually achieving anything, just sort of instincts more than anything else. Okay, it looks like we are off. We're headed east, which is great news. So thank you all of you guys who gave me positive eastwardly mobile vibes. Evidently they arrived. Greg, the pregnant female at some point will rather go and find a den site, and the rest of the pack will do most of the hunting. I honestly couldn't tell you at what point she, or sort of, what level of pregnancy she will not run with the rest of the pack. I would think it's probably a couple of weeks before she's due to give birth. Their gestation period is about 70 days on average, so sort of 2.5 months or so. And say she can be carrying as many as sort of 20 pups, believe it or not. So she wouldn't be able to run with the pack for too long. And then certainly for the first few days or so, or the first week or two, she'll remain at the den site suckling her pups. And then will be sort of fed by the rest of the group when they come back and they do that regurgitative action that we witnessed earlier. Yeah, so it's very difficult to say. I wouldn't like to say at what age, as it were, that she would be able to, or that she would decide to not go out on the hunt. I would think probably a good 2 weeks or so beforehand. There's still some debate of whether, I did say that we had one female missing that we thought might be denning, but from Craig and I were chatting, obviously I don't know the dogs that well in this area. We might have got the packs sort of confused because that was sort of second-hand information. The one they were referring to, who was pregnant, has a sort of an erupted tooth through her mouth. I think they call her snaggletooth. I'm not sure if that is the same pack as this one. We believe this, thanks to James Richards and his ID this morning, to be the Sands Ottawa pack. And I'm not sure whether that pack does include that female, so it may be that we've got our wires crossed a little bit there. But we do have 10 dogs here. That much I can tell you. Okay, I'm just trying to loop around sort of a little bit more in front of them whilst I can. Okay, it looks like they have come out onto Impala Road. So I'm going to try and keep an eye on these dogs for you, and I'm sure that we'll be giving you regular updates this afternoon.
We are down at the southern dams, having a little scan around. Always a lovely time of day to be checking in on these water points. They're dropping quickly. I know there's a little island in the middle of Juma Dam that's getting bigger and bigger by the day. We'll scoot along the line here, and I'd like to just do Treehouse Dam quickly. Straight into the sun. I can hear brown-headed parrots. I haven't had an update actually recently on what are doing at the dam. I must have a catch up there. Ooh, always tricky driving straight into the sun here.
These dogs are slowly on the move. We're on Impala Road now, headed sort of in a southeasterly direction. Let's just watch them come right past the car. How amazing. We've still got one more who's just lying at the back. Here comes the last one. How cool was that? To walk past the dogs. Agreed, Laney, dogs are on the move. Let's see if we can keep up with them. Looks like they're still wandering down the road behind me. I'm going to have to reposition, which I sense we're going to be doing a few times this afternoon, but what a great experience to have a whole pack of dogs come straight past us like that. Looks like they've stopped to sniff something in the road. I wonder what scent they've picked up over here.
So it's more like Impala Open, I think. Go have a look, Roy Prosser.
Sorry for the radio there, guys. We've obviously got a little bit of interest in these dogs. I'm just going to have to give the occasional update. But you see they're very actively sniffing something. Something happened here this morning. Beautiful light on them. See the light reflecting off their eyes. Our stations, these follower are still relatively static on Impala Road between Bellanites and power lines. Quite interesting to see. I wonder what it is that they can sniff. They see this one's just popped out of the bushes. Obviously a very interesting scent. This was the area that we did see some impalas in earlier. I wonder if there wasn't perhaps a predator interaction here. Maybe there's some hyena or leopard evidence or something there, but something's very much caught their interest. Milling around, coming back up and down the road. This one's coming back towards us. So investigating the scent. Of course, dogs have got incredibly sensitive noses. Thanks, Megan Edwards. You're quite right. The light is absolutely stunning. It's 5:30 this afternoon. We're very much entering into golden hour. We're getting those lovely, almost horizontal rays of the sun, and that soft orange light is doing a wonderful job at accentuating these beautiful markings. Remember, everyone is unique. This little sort of patchwork quilt of blacks and browns and whites. Really, really beautiful animals, these. See a few nicks out of the ears. That would be one of the ways to identify these dogs. There's individual sort of patterns of scarring and nicks out of the ears. Everyone's gone for a bit of privacy, just having a little bathroom stop behind this magic guarri bush. Looks like whatever it was that was interesting the rest of the pack, they've investigated sufficiently, and now slowly getting mobile again along Impala Road down towards Balanites area. But sure, so use the sun. What an amazing afternoon. It was definitely worth the wait. Craig and I spent a long time just watching grass move for this opportunity, and I think we are going to follow them, and so hopefully, unless you're an Impala fan of course, we might get a little bit of action as we start moving. But they're very much opportunistic, so if they see something, there's every chance that they'll come around a corner, lock onto a target and just go whoosh. Whether or not we'll be able to keep up with them, we will have to see. Okay, we're going to stick with these dogs for as long as we can. And meantime, we're going to send you back over to Pridelands for a quick update from JP. And I'm sure we'll chat to you again shortly.
Welcome back to Pridelands. At the moment we are watching a European roller, which is one of our migratory species of rollers which comes and visits us in our summer months. Very soon we will also start migrating back into Europe. We quite often find that there's adheres quite a wide sorry, let me just get my words correct there. We find that they quite often migrate as far down as Cape Town and the Western Cape, which is quite unusual. But for most of them, they all will come and reside in the northern parts of South Africa. A few moments ago, we were also watching him in terms of his behavior, where he actually attacked the grey heron, which came a little bit too close to him. There's also a number of other species of rollers which we get in South Africa, and most of them all will display a very similar type of rolling flight display, which gives them, the group, their name. Of all the roller species we do find in South Africa, the purple roller is our largest, and on the opposite side of the spectrum, the broad-billed roller is our smallest, and broadbill is probably one of the most beautiful coloured of all the different roller species we out here. While Kelly is also out and about doing some birding, let's go and see what she has.
Yes, I am also birding at a dam. I don't think I have ever been so excited to come to a dam to bird. Oh, and Oh, under. Oh, quick. You can fit. Yay. And we wonder where the phrase to take someone under your wing comes from. It looks like she's just settling down. I think all three of them are underneath her now. Him, it's actually quite difficult to tell the sex of blacksmith's lapwings, and they do both help with the caring and the rearing of these little fluff balls. Let me just check in by nose. Oops. I can see them squiffling around underneath her. Him, bird. Oh, oh. Annie, completely adorable. They are so cute, these little babies. They've just gone under this adult bird here for a little bit of protection. I think maybe we upset them a little bit when we got here. I did come in slowly, but these babies are brand new. And both of the adults are going to be very protective. So the male and female, they will both care for these little ones, and they take it in shifts. Anything from 5 minutes to much longer than that. I'm going to stay here and watch what our new parents are up to. But I'm sure Ben is very excited to be still over there with his wild dogs. Let's see what's happening.
Thanks, Kelly. I am excited, but I'm also rather jealous of your little baby lapwings. They must be so cute, and I look forward to also seeing them for myself. Right, the dogs are definitely on the move. We're going to see another vehicle or two as we go. They are mobile east along power lines towards Quarantine, where there is usually a plethora of impala and other general game up there. So things might get rather interesting if we can keep up with them. So we've just lost them for the time being, but they were mobile pretty much straight east, so we're hoping that if we do lose sight of them, that they will pop out onto Quarantine in the not too distant future. And then we will see what transpires. The nice thing there is that it's very open, so it should be hopefully quite easy to relocate them. And if we do get a bit of a hunt, then hopefully we'll be able to bring you some amazing footage of it. But I don't want it to sound like we're sort of looking forward to that, of course. But it is one of the most impressive things to watch in nature, these dogs in full flight. Okay, we're going to try and relocate best we can, and we'll keep you updated.
Welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. At the moment, our elephants have just left the dam where they were drinking, and we still kept on looking at a number of different bird species. There was something that attracted our attention that was moving in the background of the vegetation on the opposite side of the bank. We're just going to stick here a little bit longer and see if it pops out again. We're still not 100% sure what it is. And as we wait for some more animals to quickly pop in for a drink, we're just going to continue listening to all the different sounds of swifts as well as swallows, which is coming in quite low over the water to come and enjoy a quick drink.
So I've left our little lapwing family. I think we upset the adult a little bit. She said, oh, a bit scared. Everyone come here. And they're a very new family, so I don't want to upset them. It might be coming to the time of day where they're finishing up their foraging, so I've left them to it. So this is also the first time I've been to the new hyena den, and I wanted to all drive in there together so we can see what's happening. I don't know if there's going to be any activity. I haven't been here before, but let's all go in together and have a little looky. Huh. Wow. There we go. There is no one here. Huh. After all the activity this morning, I can smell hyenas, but there is absolutely no one here. So I'm not going to stay here. If there's no adults here, we don't sit with these at these den sites without any adults present. We don't want to upset these babies. I was really interested to see. Tess was watching something fascinating this morning. Adult suckling. I've never heard of that or seen that before. So while I carry on, I'm going to send you back to the lovely Ben and his wild dogs.
Thanks, Kelly. Sorry your hyena den wasn't active. Excuse me. But very, very happy for your baby lapwings. We've still got the dogs. We've managed to find them again. They look as if they're sort of milling around, deciding what to do, probably picking up some scent of some impala. We are a sort of quarantine in the distance, so very close to Juma's camp. We've got some of them headed sort of straight east, a few of them still on the road, so I'm going to put Craig through his paces, I think, this afternoon, trying to decide where to focus the camera and in which direction we're going to go, because I have no idea. The dogs are going to dictate that. It looks as if we're going to go east towards quarantine open area itself, and I think rather than following them through, I'm going to try and take a slightly wider berth around, and we'll see if we can't pick them up on the other side. So bear with us, and we're going to shoot around to a more open area. Obviously what I don't want to do is disturb any potential impala or other animals that might be in this area. I don't see anything at the moment. But yeah, there's only so much of sort of following them we can do, because at one point we're going to lose them, so it's nice to get in front of them, and then hopefully we'll be able to bring you some great shots of them moving towards us. Let me know if you can see them there behind us, Craig, if you can. If we can just... Okay, I'm just trying to sort of gauge where they're going to come out. On my left, somewhere over here at the moment, they were coming in this direction. Even though this grass is quite long, we should be able to see the movement. They tend to sort of bounce through this long grass. And it's actually, again, beautiful light. You can see the reflection being picked up on all these inflorescence, the flowering parts of the grass. Afternoon, Xenia. They're unlikely to be able to steal a kill from lions, purely because the lions are so much more big and powerful than the dogs are. It would most likely be the other way around. Dogs are not going to get too involved with lions just because the risk of them getting injured is too great. If you get injured, then you can't hunt for yourself. Rather let the lions have it, and then live to fight another day, as it were. With hyenas, dogs do and can harass hyenas if a solitary hyena, which often follows dogs on a hunt, so hoping it's going to find some scraps. They often have little altercations, and the dogs, just because there's a lot more of them and they're a little bit more agile and active, are very much able to sort of dissuade an individual hyena. But as soon as there becomes sort of 2 or 3, again, the dogs would probably decide that discretion is the better part of valor in that regard. But I've never heard of it. It's possible, I suppose, if it was just a lone lioness who had a kill and there was a pack of this, of 10 dogs or so, they might be able to harass the lioness off it. Never say never, but it's not something that I've witnessed myself. Okay, so they're slowly coming out of the tree line there. Let me just see if I can reposition slightly for you guys. Yeah, we're coming out onto the quarantine open area now. A couple in front of us off to the left here, and I'm sure there will be things here that will interest them. We've got a nice termite mound off to the right, which I wouldn't be surprised if they headed to and maybe got a good view. Okay, I think we might get a nice view of these two from here. There we go. Okay, while we wait to see what unfolds here, let's send you back over to JP at Pridelands quickly.
Welcome back to Pridelands. We're laughing again between myself and Paul, but because when it does come to birds and we do want to show them, they suddenly start disappearing. There was quite a few hundred of these barn swallows and a number of different swifts, which was flying very low over the water, skimming the surface to come and have a drink. So one of the things I do get often asked, what is the difference between a swift and a swallow? And we actually just thought we'll quickly demonstrate here in the book. And some of the swifts that we do find over here was African palm swift. When it does come to swifts, we generally find that they're fairly uniform in color. Sometimes they have a second color, and they vary between dark black to grayish in color. And we quite often see that many of the species actually has white rumps and white underparts. I particularly like this African palm swift, and they love actually nesting underneath palm fringes, where they actually will glue the eggs underneath the palm fringes. Well, the swift species that we see over here is a mottled spinetail. You'll actually notice that it's got an incredibly short tail compared to that of a palm swift. And this is to actually make it unstable in flight and make it actually change for direction from one thermal to the next thermal much easier. And when it does come to flying, and it does come to swift specifically flying, they love to glide a lot with very little wing beats in between. When it comes to the swallows, I'm just going to page over here, and I'm going to show you one of the swallows over here. And this is a barn swallows that we've been seeing, which will be migrating very soon. We generally find that they're sometimes three colors. They tend to be metallic in coloration, and they have combinations of either orange, black, white, and some dark metallic blues on them. The barn swallows that we see now, many of the males will start developing long tail streamers, as if they start developing their breeding plumage prior to that they will be leaving for Europe. When they did arrive here, a few months ago, they were very untidy in appearance. Just a quick summary with them. Their wings tends to be much broader. They flap more often in flight. And when they do land, they actually perch on obstacles where swifts cannot actually perch. There's a few differences, and while we move on and go and see what we can go and find, let's go and see what the rest of the team is up to.
Well, after not seeing any activity at the new hyena den, I thought I'd just pop my head into the one that we have had some activity around. And as we drove past this hole, Gert and I saw something. And we believe it was the posterior of a porcupine. It ducked out of view. Oh wow, that's a great image in there. So we're just going to sit quietly. And if we see spines, I'm going to get incredibly overexcitable. But I'm going to sit really quietly and we'll see if anything comes out.
Right, update. The dogs are moving across quarantine in the direction of Gary Dam. We did have a beautiful shot lined up for you with the sunset, and they've suddenly just taken off in classic dog fashion, shooting straight east across the plains. I'm not sure what they've seen. Just trying to use the roads to get round and pick them up on the other side. It looks like they might have stopped now. I think whatever they saw probably saw them coming. But that was so cool to see, like this arrow formation of dog, 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 as they shot off away in front of us. But yeah, I think whatever they saw is no longer there. But so they looked relatively hungry this morning, and they did not move all day. So I fully expect them to be out on the hunt this afternoon. Let me see if we can get in front of them quickly. Get you some more amazing views. Poor Craig's being shaken around like a cocktail shaker this afternoon, but that's the fun and games of dogs. Alright, let's see if we can get you some views. Ronnie, yes, these dogs running at a pack, it's one of nature's delights. It's not coordinated as such. We don't believe that they each have their specific role, and it's a bit of a fallacy that the dogs sort of run relays and take turns, as it were, to sort of chase the animal down. Normally what happens is that the prey animal starts wheeling one way or the other, and then that benefits one of the dogs that's a little bit further around, just that the angle changes, and then other dogs sort of take up the lead. But they do work together as a pack, certainly, to run that animal down. But it is amazing to see them in full flight. As they're moving into some thicker stuff, I think soon. If they keep going east, they're going to go towards the drainage line. And then we are going to struggle to pick them up from there. They've got wind of something, maybe a good sniff at something. I'm going to try and make my way around to where the head of the group is. Thank you, Maya. I'll pass on your message. Craig, Maya says hold on tight. Ah, they're actually on a road. Sorry, my bad. I still don't know this property so well yet. I thought they were going towards the drainage line. As long as they stay on the road, that's perfect. Makes our life a lot easier. If you can pick up, there's a baboon calling in the background as well. Very angry about something, but we don't think it's these dogs. He's a bit too far away. So anybody watching Dam Cam, keep your eyes open. It sounds like it's sort of coming northeast from Gary Dam. Maybe there's some spots, or maybe that silver-eyed lioness has been spotted by the baboons. It seems that maybe you guys can't quite hear the baboons, but yeah, it sounds like he's calling quite far away, so I don't think it is to do with these dogs, unless he's got a very, very high vantage point. You see they're stopping and sort of analysing. I think they're still deciding on a plan for this afternoon by the look of it. Surprisingly, they didn't see anything on quarantine. There's normally quite a few herds of impala, one big herd that we regularly see, and some wildebeest hanging around. Maybe they got wind of the dogs and disappeared before they got here. Okay, we're going to keep following these dogs and see what happens and what unfolds in front of us. In the meantime, let's send you back over to Pridelands and JP, and I think he's admiring what is turning out to be a pretty spectacular sunset as well.
We're busy enjoying some kudu, drinking some water. And I now know what my mystery animal was, which was hiding behind the thick vegetation on this side of the bank. We just decided that we'll drive around on this side and come and watch the sunset. It's just amazing how quick the sun is starting to set in the evenings. We're just going to stick a little bit longer watching our kudus and enjoy that last little bit of light before we're going to start moving on and see what else we can find. A big thank you to all the comments from the viewers. I'm also enjoying that sunset just as much. And I just really enjoy the reflection on the water at the moment, especially how the trees are creating a double image. Well, we're going to start moving on and let's go and see what Kelly is up to.
Okay, I'm gonna have to talk really quietly. We just came to the old, one of the den sites for the hyenas that's not in use anymore. And we caught a flash of something in this hole. And we've been sitting really quietly for a few minutes now. And I want you to all try and guess what animal this is. I have to stay super quiet. this foot structure is a dead giveaway. No, it's not a honey badger. I just got a little nose wiggle in my monitor there. So I'm going to stay really quiet. You can almost... There's a little... Oh. You can almost... Oh, I can see whiskers. I think he's wondering if we're still here. You can actually see the body at the back there. And if you look really carefully, it's a bit of a giveaway. Sometimes the tracks of these animals do get confused. Sandy. Yes, it's a porcupine. I am so excited. We drove past this hole and we saw like a... That's not a technical term at all. Just like a movement. And first of all my brain said, is there a bird stuck in there? But then we rolled backwards and we realised that this is a sleeping porcupine. I've only ever had half, 1.5 good porcupine sightings. So I'm staying right here, very quietly, and from almost silence to crazy times with Ben. And his wild dogs seem to be hunting.
Thank you, Kelly. I can't believe you got a glimpse of a porcupine. That is so cool. Congratulations. These dogs are basically at Gary Pan now, so we're hoping they're going to have a drink. They haven't found anything. We lost them in the block and then managed to relocate them on Twin Dams. As you can see, they are kind of surrounding the car at the moment. Just trying to see if they're going to drink at that little pan in front of the dam cam or if they're going to go to the main dam. That's going to dictate which road I take from here. That is if they have a drink at all. I'm making an assumption, and we know what that often means. You can see that tree directly in front of them is where the dam cam is. Well, it looks like they're going to loop around actually. So let's see if we can cut in front of them. There's been very little evidence of anything for them to actively hunt. So we haven't seen any impalas really. Like I said, it's almost as if they knew, as if the messages had been passed, and everything has run the other way, as one would hope. Or as they would hope. Okay, let's see where you're headed, guys and girls. It looks like if they do drink, it looks like they might go for that little pan, which is just in front of the dam cam. Sue, yes, it is very exciting. It's always exciting watching dogs. We've been very fortunate that they've sort of stuck to these open areas. If they were doing this through the thick stuff, it would be very, very difficult to keep up with them. We're very lucky that they've given me nice areas to try and follow them off-road. Okay, let's see if we can get a nice view of them here. They're all bouncing through the grass. Are they going to cross behind us? I love the way they just sort of bounce effortlessly through this grass. Amazing. So they're picking up the pace a little bit. I don't know if perhaps they've got wind of something. What an amazing sight, especially what a contrast of that lovely dark colour contrasted against this beautiful light grass that's beginning to die off in the dry conditions we're beginning to experience now. Beautiful. All right. What do you think, Craig? You think it's better to go back around? I'm just trying to debate where the best place to go is, because they're right next to the camp now. Oops, see, that's where we have to be. Right, just hit a tree stump. Or just a dead branch I didn't see there. As we're right next to Djuma camp now, you could just see the fence line there. It looks like they're mobile along the fence line. And what dogs often do is they're very clever. They have been known to chase animals into boundaries and obstacles like this, because obviously that cuts off 180 degrees of their escape route and potentially makes their hunt more successful. But I think, yeah, let me just negotiate past the camps here and we'll be back to give you an update very shortly.
I'm sitting looking at what I believe to be, I'm 98% sure, is a porcupine in one of these disused hyena dens. And I'm gonna stay here for as long as I can. I've only had one good porcupine sighting in my life. And there's actually a hilarious story behind it, but that's for another day. So I'm just gonna sit quietly and see what happens.
welcome back to Pridelands. I'm just quickly reversing that we can give a little bit more of a space for the animals to move and that they can move towards us, otherwise we are going to lose them very soon. We just had a quick radio update that there was, they're actually located in the Ngati breakaway group. Let's sit and watch them and see what they get up to. For those of you that are new viewers, the Ngati breakaway group is a group that consists out of 4 sub-adults and 2 adults. And they broke away from a much larger group, which was at one point roughly 16 or 17 lions. But we do hear that they've also, the remainder of the group actually also started losing a number of cubs over the last months. And the reason why they split it off is because competition for food was just getting too big. We often find that the older cubs also tend to bully the younger cubs, especially when it comes to feeding, and sometimes they also play incredibly rough with them. Good afternoon, Leslie, and it's a great diversity of different sightings. You are 100% right, and I'm really enjoying all the different things. From our side, elephants as well as lions, and Majuma side, especially wild dogs, which is always special, and also a host of other smaller things, which I find particularly fascinating. Let's notice that this one lion that's close to us on his back leg on the left, there's actually a bite mark. Quite often when they do get to this age, they get a little bit cocky when it comes to the adults, when it comes to feeding, and they'll very quickly remind them where their place is. As the oldest and largest individuals in the group are the ones that will eat first, and as that you lose dominance, you will eventually also be outcompeted by stronger, healthier lions. And we often find that the older lions that are too weak to compete with the others will then also start losing their body condition. And the more they lose body condition, the quicker they will be outcompeted and eventually die from starvation. We also see that starvation is quite common with cubs as well. I'm just going to quickly move off the side of the road that we can allow one of the other vehicles to follow. I'm going to find it a little bit difficult to follow into the terrain where they are entering now. And I just also would like to give them the opportunity to quickly view them before we lose our sighting. Yes, please go ahead. Hello, how are you? Well, I'm going to start heading out of a sighting as there's a number of vehicles that would love to come and view them. And it seems that Kelly has just found something really amazing. Porcupines, I haven't seen one for ages. They're really always one of my night drive highlights.
This is the giveaway, this foot structure. When I pulled in here, I did see flashes of white inside this hole. But I must admit, if I couldn't see it, if you look at something long enough, you start to doubt yourself. But look at this foot structure. is just so cool. I'm so excited. This is only my second ever good visual of a porcupine, and I get to share it with everyone. Oh, you just got a quill. Oh my goodness. I don't know what to say. I'm gonna stay here. Judy, isn't that just the cutest face ever? Excuse me, I'm so excited I can't talk. This is only the second time I've ever had a good visual of a porcupine. The other one was a very interesting scenario that maybe we'll talk about another day. I just saw quills in there. I'm just gonna stay here. I'm just absolutely stunned by this. I've never seen. Hi, little feet. So I would not have a clue what that was now. But how cute was that nose? So these are So he's turned around now. That was so cool, and it still looks relaxed. So I'm gonna wait it out here. So Ben with his dogs, JP with his lions, and I get a porcupine. We have porcupine feet, and I'm just gonna stay really quiet.
Right, well, we had lost the dogs. They shot off in the direction of Galagopan after something. We don't really know what they saw. And we pretty much given up trying to find them again. And one's just run past me with a face full of blood. So it seems they may have got something. But I don't know where it went. And we only saw one. I'm just going to go back and check the water. Just perhaps it went for a drink, or maybe they're reconvening at Galagopan. The only other thing, obviously, to let you know, we are losing light, and we don't watch the dogs after dark, even with the infrared light that we have, purely because it draws attention to this area, and obviously with dogs being such a protected species, our number one consideration, here they are, number one consideration is the ethics. So yeah, looks like they are here, reconvened at the pan momentarily, and they're off again. So I think I'm just going to watch them disappear. Out of principle, I'm glad that we found them again. They're actually going down into the drainage line there, very close to the camp. I can hear them down in the drainage line there. And I think then we're going to leave them in peace from an ethical perspective, but we've had an awesome look. I'm glad, out of principle, we've managed to relocate them. Actually, yeah, I can hear some interactions going on down there. We've still got maybe another sort of 5 minutes of daylight that we can safely use. But say what we don't want to do is draw attention to this area for any other predators and potentially put the dogs in any risk. I don't see any blood on the face of this one. We just one that had a bit of blood on its face when it went past us. But I think the rest are somewhere behind that tree line. Is the drainage line that runs into Gowrie Dam, and I think the rest of them sound like they're in there. So I think, everybody, that we might wrap it at that. What an exciting afternoon. So much fun to be had by all. Great that we got to stay with them for so long, and obviously brilliant that they went east. So all those positive vibes that you sent, thank you very much. And let's hope that maybe we can pick them up again tomorrow. So we're going to leave the dogs for now. We're going to get the spotlight out, and we're going to have a little look out and see what else we can find. We did have a baboon alarm calling somewhere sort of northeast of Gowrie Dam, which was nothing to do with these dogs. So maybe we've got some spots of leopard in the area. Going to go and have a look. Obviously got some luck on our side. In the meantime, I'm going to send you back to Kelly, and let's hope that we can get another glimpse of that porcupine. What an amazing sight that would be.
It sounds like you had an amazing sighting with those African wild dogs, Ben. Absolutely fantastic. But look, I've got a porcupine. You actually got a view of those feet, and they've actually got split pads. So sometimes you can get honey badger and porcupine tracks mixed up, but the clue is these split pads. Porcupines do have pretty decent claws, but certainly the front feet, the honey badger, very clear claws without that very distinctive split pad. So our porcupines, they're the largest rodent in Africa. And if anyone caught a glimpse of that nose, very rodent, rat-like nose, it just stuck out and had a little sniff around. I think it is starting to get active. It's changed position a couple of times. So the porcupines, we see their tracks often. Often we can see quill marks. Oh, there's little moths joining in. We can often see quill marks, whereas often when they walk along sandy roads, you can see where their quills have dragged jade piano. I know, right? It is such a rare sighting. And so often, it depends on the area. There are some areas that, you know, you get relaxed porcupines and lots of people have them on their farms and things. And they can actually be quite a problem on some farms. They're mostly vegetarian and they can cause problems on farms with crops. And people see porcupines often, but I'm not one of those people. So for me, yes, it is a super rare sighting and I'm very excited. Often when we do see them, I'm not sure when there was last one seen on Juma on WildEarth. I would love to hear from you when that was. They're pretty much completely nocturnal. They're sometimes busted. If they've got a den site, they'll maybe hang around just outside the den site. I don't even know what it's called. Is it a den site? Porcupine house? I don't know. I've never considered it because I've never seen a porcupine in one. But this is a... Oh, we've got a nose. Show us your nose. Oh no, it's a... Oh, it's a... What's that? Is that a frog? I thought that was a porcupine nose, but that's a... Is that... Oh, is it a bat? No, don't... That's not a bat, is it? Oh no, it's a frog. It's a frog. I got super excited then that we were going to get a visual of a bat as well. This hyena den is the one on Taxon's Road. So we did see, I think it was Ntima here. Was it Ntima that we had here with one cub for a little while? They're moving around all over the place. That is so cool. We've just been joined by a frog. Sorry, Sammy. This is the den site on Taxon's Road that we've been checking, and I just thought because there was no activity at the one Tess was at this morning, I'd just pop in here, just on the off chance, and I'm so glad I did. That's really interesting that there's been a frog sharing this hole. Yeah, no, I don't think the hyenas are still using this den. This porcupine looks fairly comfortable in here. And porcupines have a great defense system. Obviously, they've got these quills. Oh, there's another frog! Sorry, I get so distracted. They've got this great defense system or mechanism of these sharp quills, and they will often, if there was something coming in here or trying to come in here, this porcupine would sort of puff up, erect all those quills, and form like a barrier around the entrance to this hole. So that would not be good for hyenas. I have seen sometimes leopard lion, maybe hyenas, they would try and hunt these if they can get to that soft underbelly that we've been looking at for a little while, but not ideal for hyenas. Linda, yes, I know, it's a frog photo vault. I wonder how many's in here. I've got absolutely no idea what sort of frogs these are. Oh, we've got a moth. Oh, I don't know what to say. This is just fabulous. Look at those little frog eyes looking. But these porcupines have got a very good defense system. So, sorry, going back to that question before I got distracted, the hyenas are not using this den site anymore. But this is a really nice example of, I know we often say, oh, you know, these old termite mounds are used by lots of different species, lots of different animals. Hyenas will use them as den sites, etc., etc. This is a fantastic example of that. So this porcupine, I've only seen one in here. They will sometimes have 2 or 3 in here if it's a really nice spot. But I've only seen movement of one animal in here. No, it's a gecko. These are geckos coming out. Oh, moth came back. These are little geckos that are coming out of here. It really did look like a frog from the front. but now it's turned sideways. Like, there we go. Hello, little gecko. Is your other one another gecko buddy? I would assume so. But this is a really nice example of how we always say lots of animals will use these disused termite mounds. There we go. We've got double geckos and a porcupine for now. Let's see who else comes out. It's feeding on maybe little ants or bugs. I did see some little insects walking around at the entrance of this hole. But I'm not sure what they were. I don't know if they were little beetles or something. I can't see them moving around now. Nadia, I have not seen a baby porcupine. I've only had one good sighting of a porcupine in my life. I've had a couple of glimpses as they've run across the road. But no, I've had one good porcupine sighting in my life. That was there's a story behind that one that I'll maybe save for another day. I just want to stay as quiet as I can while we watch and see what happens. I am gonna stay here. It would be so cool if this porcupine actually comes out, and I've been sitting here for a while, and I really do want to see if this very rare nocturnal goodie will come out. I would love to show you all a porcupine. Same with lots of these nocturnals, civets, genets. They're often quite jumpy around their vehicles. So I'm going to stay here. I'm going to watch my frogs that turned out to be geckos. And yeah, I'm gonna stand by and we'll see what happens.
Okay, we've left the dogs. We haven't seen them for sort of 10 minutes and it is getting rather dark now. What I have just picked up on the road though is rather fresh looking leopard tracks going back the direction that we've just come. It was actually very cool. We were listening to the dogs communicate with each other. We weren't sure exactly where they were. Some of them it sounded like were in the drainage line in front of where Tele camp, and some of the others out in the bush, and they were doing their sort of whoop, whoop, whoop contact calls, which is very sort of eerie when the light is like it is now. But we haven't seen them, and so we don't view them after dark, so we're going to leave them. But I did hear that baboon alarm calling a little bit earlier somewhere in this area. It said there are fresh leopard tracks going up this road, so I'm going to head up Mvubu Road and see maybe we have a little bit more luck. That was a while ago now though, probably a good 45 minutes, so we may be reliant on a little bit of luck certainly, but it has been such a great afternoon that you never know. Always a good idea to check these sort of termite mounds. Leopards do like to get a good view of their area, climb up to termite mounds, especially this time of the evening. Checking all the big trees. Oops, it's going to be a bit bumpy, sorry everybody. Okay, well, I'm going to continue this search for potentially a leopard on this road. But what a great evening that would be if we could add a leopard to our dogs.
You can see those quills clearly now towards the back. Sometimes you will often find bones around where porcupines, there's one of those little bugs at the front there. I've got no idea what that is. Maybe a little beetle or something. Maybe that's why these geckos are in here. But sometimes you'll find bones in porcupine houses. Does anyone know what a porcupine house is technically called? Burrow? I suppose would it be a burrow? Maybe it's a porcupine burrow. Sometimes you'll find bones in these where they will chew on them for calcium. They'll gnaw on those bones. It's amazing. Animals know what nutrients they need. And porcupines will sometimes have a little snack here and there on carrion. They're rodents. So while they're predominantly herbivores, yeah, I think if I was going to be technical, I'd probably call it a porcupine burrow. But this isn't a burrow. This is an old termite mound. So I think I'm going to maybe stick with porcupine house. If anyone can give me any more information, that would be great. But I quite like the term porcupine house. I'm going to roll with it. These little geckos are still here. One of them's gone off out to feed and look for bugs. Yes, 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 yes. Come on. Jazz, I'm not sure if porcupines are closely related to skunks. I'm going to have to check. I will check when I'm checking the rest of my exact family. I'm too scared to talk. While I'm checking my exact family splits with the pigs and the warthogs. I'm not sure. I don't know the taxonomic classification of skunks. So, Jazz, can I come back to you in the morning? Come on, come on, come on. That was so cool seeing that nose. I'm ridiculously excited. I'm trying not to. I'm bent over in my car with my eyes glued to my monitor, trying to be as quiet as possible. I'm trying not to move. Little nibble on the feet. Charles, this is such a special show. I am so, I feel so lucky to be able to be a part of it and share this with so many people. It's my passion. I am passionate about nature and I'm passionate about wildlife, but I'm also passionate about people. Like we're all sitting here looking at a porcupine nose. That is so cool. Thank you so much for your comment, Charles. It really does mean a lot hearing from everyone. I'm trying not to cough. Hearing from all of you out there. What a joy being able to film this in IR. This is so... We wouldn't be able to do this if it wasn't for the amazing cam ops here and our luxury of being able to film in infrared. This sighting wouldn't be possible. There is no way I would sit on a hole like this with a spotlight on it. I just don't. Some people might. It's my personal opinion. This is a nocturnal animal. This is his or her house or whatever it's called. And I think it would be unfair to shine a spotlight in there. So the only reason we can do that is the magical joys of infrared. I'm sitting here in the dark. I haven't even looked at this. Well, I had a little glance at the sunset. Oh, Hannah. I don't know what a collection of porcupines is called. Shall we ask Ben? Let's ask Ben if he knows what a collection of porcupines are called. I'm sure there is one. I'm sure there is a name for a collection of porcupines. Oh, look, is that a bat? There's a bat here as well. Oh, it's all kicking off at the porcupine house. And now we've got hyenas calling in the background. Don't know if you guys can pick that up. I think that might be Entebele calling. Tessa told me that she's got a very distinctive sort of rattle in her call. Sorry, I don't know what a collection of porcupines or the collective noun for porcupines is. Okay, so I don't know, Ben doesn't know. Anyone out there know what the official term for a collection of porcupines is called? Maybe it's a quiver. Maybe it's a quiver of porcupines because they sort of, if they feel threatened, they like quiver their quills. Quiver their quills? They also stamp. If they're cross, they will stamp. So maybe a stamp of porcupines? I don't know. We can come up with our own. Let's come up with our own. I would like to call it a quiver. A quiver of porcupines. That was a little bat flying around there, Heiji. Oh, what a joy, just sitting quietly. You watch, we'll have a leopard walk over the top in a minute. Lisa M, yeah, let's roll with it. A prickle of porcupines. I'm all over it. I'm sure there's a collective noun committee somewhere, which I've always found a little bit confusing. I'd love to know where this collective noun committee is based, because I'd really like to be a part of it. But yeah, Lisa M, let's go with a prickle of porcupines. But then what's a group of hedgehogs called? Let's ask Ben. Let's ask Ben what a group of hedgehogs is called. Oh, how cool was that to see that little nosy coming out? Oh, are the little geckos on the floor now? I'm sure these porcupines probably carry ticks or parasites. Okay, so Ben doesn't know what a group of hedgehogs is called either, so we're going to have to decide. Is it a prickle of hedgehogs? A quiver of porcupines? I don't know. I'm very... Oh, we've got toes. I'm open to any and all suggestions at this point for collective nouns. Okay, so Ben said he also just knows about prickles, so maybe, I don't know, I don't have a conclusion on that collective noun. Look, we've got a nose. Come on, nose, come on. I'm going to be quiet, I'm going to shush. Oh, we could just see three quills there. This tension is killing me. This porcupine is definitely moving around more now. Having a lick. Maybe most animals, when they start to move, I don't want to cough loudly. Most animals, when they start to move, will groom or lick. And I suppose porcupines would do the same thing. They've got fur, it's not just all prickles. So maybe this porcupine is doing what our other animals do here and having a groom before they... I've never watched a porcupine before. I would assume it's having a groom. I don't know how to tell the difference between a male and a female porcupine. I've never had the opportunity to observe them, especially not like this. But this tension is fantastic. It's so exciting. That shake on the camera, Shem, poor Gert has been sitting with his entire body sort of curled up in the same position this whole time. And I think his leg's probably going numb. We're zoomed right into this hole. We're giving this animal lots of space. And Gia's been doing a fabulous job of keeping this camera completely still.
Okay, well, I've had no luck locating on this leopard, but we have been putting sort of together pieces of the puzzle. But I also just want to say what an amazing evening Kelly's having. Baby lapwings, porcupines, frogs, geckos. We've had dogs. What an insane afternoon again. This is such an incredible place. I'm so glad everybody gets to share it with us and hopefully see our excitement. I'm also looking for an owl. I want an owl. I haven't seen an owl since I've been here, and I love owls. But anyway, back to the leopard story. So yeah, we found tracks of what looked like a male, so possibly Mulwati in that area, coming north away from Gary Dam. And then a little bit further up on Vubu Road, which is where the tracks were, I found tracks coming south. So Craig and I have been discussing it. What we think is most likely to have happened is that the leopard came in from the south, and then perhaps with all the activity of the dogs, because that's very close to where we had or lost the dogs, is where I saw those freshest tracks, that perhaps the leopard thought, yo, that's far too much chaos, I'm going to go a different way, and maybe the leopard turned tail and went back from whence he came. So I've checked all the way up from Vubu to Buffelshoek Dam. Oh, I've just gone through a spider web, sorry girl. And we're coming down on the western side of that drainage line that is north of Gary Dam now, just in case it caused the leopard to change direction. Otherwise we're going to go back to that same area, because what leopards often do if they are going to get harassed by dogs, or if they hear something like that, is they will do what leopards do best and scoot up a tree and sort of chill up there until the commotion has passed. So I think that's going to be our plan for the last sort of half an hour, 40 minutes of the drive. Of course, if it was Mulwati, because they did look like good-sized male tracks, we know he's not the most relaxed leopard in the world, or he's not the biggest fan of being viewed. But I do believe that at night time, like a lot of leopards, he is a little bit more relaxed. They feel a bit more confident at night time because that is very much their domain. But yeah, and you never know what else you might see. porcupines and geckos and frogs and dogs. Amazing afternoon. And so given the choice, I would very much like to find a white-faced Scops owl. They are my favourite, and I did see one the other evening, but it was after we'd finished the drive and we were just on our way back to camp. But a spotted eagle owl would be nice, or possibly even a Varro's eagle owl along these drainage lines is not impossible. But it's a lovely clear night this evening. The stars are twinkling above. It was full moon about 4 or 5 days ago, so we're only going to have moonrise at around about 10, 11 o'clock tonight. So we're going to have beautiful dark skies, and the stars and the constellations are going to be magnificent later this evening. And as a big fan of the stars, I think this evening we'll be out up on quarantine, might take a few photographs and be having a lie on our backs and take in this incredible southern sky. We've got some beautiful objects that you guys can maybe have a look for at home if you download one of those star apps with the Southern Cross. We've got close by to it, you've got the beautiful jewel box, an open cluster of baby stars. We've got Omega Centauri, which is a very old type of star cluster, which is the biggest and brightest of its kind in the sky. And then where the Milky Way stretches above the Southern Cross is an area of nebulosity, sort of glowing dust and gas, called the Eta Carina Nebula, which is one of the finest examples up in the sky. I find it fascinating just staring up at the sky in the evening, especially with a pair of binoculars. If you guys are bored one evening and you've got clear skies, take your binoculars and just scan and see what you can find up there. Thank you, Milan. Good evening. Animals that use the moon to their advantage, well, they've got a lot of insects navigate by the light of the moon. Whether that's an advantage, I suppose it is in terms of navigation. For most of your predators, the moon is actually a hindrance because it gives away their position, because it illuminates the bushveld so much that the predators can see them coming. So I suppose in terms of what benefits from the moon, you would say a lot of the prey animals, the impalas, the zebra, the wildebeest, they can see at night time, don't get me wrong, but they are not designed for really brilliant nocturnal vision like lions and leopards and hyenas. They don't have the right apparatus in the eyes, enough rods, which are the specialized cells that pick up light. But if you've ever shined a light in an antelope's eyes or caught a glint of one in your headlights, you'll see that reflection, which is that tapetum lucidium, that reflective layer on the back of the retina, which allows the optic nerve 2 chances to pick up that light. But they're still not as good as the predators, so the light of the moon will certainly aid the prey animals and make it more difficult for the cats to hunt. And what you'll often find on sort of bright moon evenings is the cats are more likely to be out doing a territorial patrol than they are on the hunt, because conditions are not favourable to them. The other option, of course, would be to say a dung beetle. Dung beetles have been proven to navigate by using the Milky Way rather than the moon, but I'm sure they'll also use the moon as well. So in terms of navigation, that would also assist. Okay, I'm going to keep searching around the area bound Gowrie Dam and Galago Pan, and maybe we get lucky with this leopard. In the meantime, I think I'm as keen as you are to get back to Kelly's porcupine and see if he's ventured out or she has ventured out. Let's go have a look.
Good luck with your owl, Ben. And you are quite right, the sky is going to be stunning tonight. Ben's knowledge of astronomy and all things space is absolutely phenomenal. So send your space questions to him. There is something very special about a clear, crisp, dark night sky. Oh, porcupine action. Sniff, sniff, sniff. it's actually a myth. Porcupines can't shoot their quills. I feel like he's looking at me. Well, he probably is looking at me, actually. Come on, come on, come on, come on. They can't shoot their quills, but they will run back. Or sideways, they'll push themselves back. If there's a predator, and they can cause septic wounds. Wow, you guys are amazing with your questions. I love it. I don't think they have a call, Camira, but they are quite noisy. They do lots of snuffling and sort of grunting, and they will stamp their feet and shake their quills, and you can actually hear them if they do ruffle those quills. You can hear the noise they make. It's like a sort of almost like a hissing sound. But like I don't think they make contact calls as such. They're normally solitary unless it's a female with, oh God, I don't know what porcupine babies are called. I just haven't had any experience with these animals. Porcupine babies. Let's ask Ben what porcupine babies are called. Oh, there's our backpack. Would they be kitten? No, not kittens. I don't know. But no, I don't think they have a call as such, but they are quite noisy. Look at this bat flying around. Look at this porcupine watching this bat. I really hope this porcupine comes out before we have to go. No, come back. I'm gonna just sit here quietly and see if this porcupine comes out. This is such a special sighting. Look at that mohawk. So you can see that very rodent-like face. If you took the body away, you could almost think it was the face of a cane rat. Ooh. Something just landed on my arm, and I managed to not squeak. place with a porcupine and some bats. I am still here. This porcupine is sniffing, trying to decide if it's safe to come out. I'm going to stay here until the very last second of this show.
Alright, so I've had no luck with this leopard. We did find tracks again, and ironically on top of our vehicle tracks from when we were following the dogs. So there's definitely a leopard somewhere in this area. I'm back on quarantine now because this was sort of the direction of the leopard's last known travel. So I think what we're going to do is sit quietly up on quarantine and see if we get an alarm call or any other indication. So I'm going to sit here, turn all the lights off, we'll let the IR do its job, and maybe that picks up something that we can't see. Listen for an alarm call. Everything should be on high alert after all the dog activity in this area as well. It's a stunningly clear night this evening. In fact, where I'm parked, my nose is pointing directly due south because I can see the Southern Cross just in front and to the left of me, pointing me to celestial south and down to the ground for due south. Just hearing the occasional noise from the hyenas. I think they are just finishing off whatever it was that the dogs maybe got in the area around Voyatella camp. Wonderfully haunting noises on a still dark night like this. Okay, I'm going to do another couple of laps of quarantine and see if we can get a last minute leopard.
So our porcupine has gone back into this porcupine house, as it's now known. It sounds like Ben's having an exciting time up there on quarantine. It's a mixture of exciting, exhilarating and frustrating when you get these leopards crossing your own tracks. But they just run rings. They run rings around us. If they don't want to be found, they won't be found. G just said he doesn't think this porcupine's going to come out while we're here. And I'm probably inclined to agree. But I can't sit here this long and not. I can't give up now. This animal is not distressed. Maybe he would have come out if we weren't here, but we're going to be gone in, 20 minutes or so. I think it's really important to respect these animals. Laura, I'm so glad you're enjoying it. I just hope everyone out there is enjoying this as much as I am. This is just so special. My arm is starting to go numb. I'm just hunched over this monitor here. It's now completely dark. I can see nothing at all. And I can't give up on this now. But I will, as soon as the show does finish, I will leave this animal so she can come out and go about his business. Are we going to try again? Come on. When I was getting ready for drive earlier, I picked up a blanket because I have to sit on sort of 2 cushions and a blanket because I'm short. And a gecko fell out of the blanket and landed on my arm, and I squealed like a girl. And I'm just hoping nothing lands on me. Something did just land on my arm, and I managed to stay completely still. Because it's pitch dark here now. This is the beauty of this show. I know in lots of documentaries you might get a clip of a porcupine and then suddenly it's out, but that's not how nature works. It's not on our time frames. We've got no control over what happens. And it's so nice. I just got a moth in my mouth. So nice to be able to share the secret lives of these animals with everyone. Look at those whiskers. Whiskers on most animals are very important sensory organs. That's why they say you shouldn't cut horses' whiskers. Rain slide, yes, I was just looking at those whiskers. They're very important sensory organs, and I'm a horse rider, and they say you shouldn't cut horses' whiskers, dogs, cats, because they use them for sensory, to feel their way around. And porcupines, I would imagine it's very important because they're so active at night. Shame, I'm starting to feel slightly bad that this porcupine might not be coming out because we're here, but it's not distressed, it's not running away. But I will definitely be leaving this area as soon as the show is finished. I don't want to disrupt this animal, but I can't leave now. And then I'm sure as soon as we do go, this porcupine will be on its way within minutes. Its eyes sort of framed in that little dip in the edge of the termite mound there. I'm gonna go quiet. I'm gonna go radio down, as we say, and see if he'll come out. We are a good about 20 metres from the entrance to this burrow, so we're not sitting on top of this entrance. Thanks, G, that's a really nice shot. I'm gonna send you back to Ben to see how he's getting on.
Thanks, Kelly. It sounds like you're having a cracking drive over there. And please stop asking me questions about porcupines. I don't know collective nouns or baby porcupines. It's not something you see very often, but what an awesome sighting. Update from my side is that there is no real update. I did bump into the dogs briefly on Voyatella access, but so we don't shine on them, so I left them be. They're going sort of east along the access road. And I couldn't pick up any other leopard tracks after he came out of the road that goes down to Gallagher. I bumped into another vehicle on the road that said they hadn't seen anything further up, so I'm looping back around Quarantine on the off chance that maybe the leopard is going to try and take a crack at one of these impalas. There are a few impalas on the open area, but they all look rather relaxed at the moment. Sorry if it's a bit bumpy, this is a rather poorly maintained road. I see lots of impalas, but nobody looks very upset. So I'm going to make my way around to sort of towards Gowrie Dam again. Maybe this leopard decides to go and have a drink. But so I'm sure it was a male. What have we got here? No, looks like where a hyena has been running. Probably also scampering after these dogs, because they do like to follow the dogs around. But say, we will live in hope of a last-minute leopard, and as I said before, I'm still desperate to find an owl. We normally see lots, and I seem to be owlless at the moment. A group of owls, I can tell you, is a parliament of owls, though. You guys may be aware of that one. It's quite a commonly known one on account of the fact that they're supposed to be very intelligent animals, or birds. Although, actually, I think statistically they have one of the smallest brains in comparison to body size of all the birds, because they're entire skull is basically two great big giant eyes, and there's very little room for a brain in there at all. It's a bit of a misnomer, a bit of a Harry Potterism, I'll call it that. I'm checking all of these trees. I'll take an owl or a leopard, I'm not really fussed. Or a little genet. I haven't seen much in the way of nocturnal activity, but I worry that perhaps Kelly's taken all the nocturnal luck this evening with her porcupines and frogs and geckos, and the way it's going there's going to be a unicorn spawning out of that hole as well. Yeah, I thought we had eyes, but it wasn't, just a little sign. But we haven't seen any sign of Columba over the last 3 or 4 days. And Tundi, I mean, she popped out of the blue when we had that incredible interaction 4 or 5 days ago with all the leopards in the world in one tree. And we haven't seen her since. I thought maybe I picked up her tracks close to where was it now? Close to Treehouse Dam about 3 days ago, but nothing concrete. But you never know. To be honest, I'm just enjoying this starry sky, as I've said to you before. I mean, this is one of my real passions, and trying to navigate through these constellations is always fun. And I was saying before, if you do get a chance to have your binoculars out, have a look at some of the wonderful objects on display up there. Of course, we've got the great hunter Orion almost directly overhead at the moment. His two hunting dogs, Canis Major, Canis Minor. You can see Gemini, Cancer, Leo, a lot of the very famous zodiac signs. What's that? More hyena tracks. I'm not sure if you know this, but in terms of why we have those 12 significant signs, which are the signs of the zodiac, it's all because of the path of the sun and the moon. Lauren, where's the best place to do stargazing? Jeez, well, anywhere where there's not so much ambient light or light pollution, and anywhere where you've got good clear views, but it really doesn't matter as long as you've got those things. Obviously the darker the sky the better, and if you can do it when there is no moon, that will be even better, because that will just give you much better visibility of the stars and the line of the Milky Way, the arm of our spiral galaxy stretching across the sky. You can find what are called sort of light pollution maps. Light pollution is measured in what's called the Bortle scale. So somewhere in a big city, I'm not sure where you are, but if you were in London or New York or Johannesburg or somewhere like that, then you'll probably be under Bortle 9 skies where you can barely see anything. And then the best is Bortle 1, where there's absolutely zero light pollution. Best places to go in terms of South Africa, well, we're very lucky here. We have the whole sort of Karoo area down in the interior, the southwest of the country, which is beautifully dark because it's so unpopulated and uninhabited. We even have what's called SALT, the South African Large Telescope, which is the largest single mirror telescope in the southern hemisphere, with a diameter of 10 meters. Otherwise, the Atacama Desert, or somewhere in Namibia. I've been lucky enough to spend some time out by Sossusvlei. That's also one of the best places in the world. But anyway, you've got dark skies and clear views. Get out there and look up. There's a universe to discover.
I'm still sitting quietly here at my porcupine house. The porcupine is still in the house. I'm going to stay here. Oh, there's something else. There's a slug now. On the edge. Is that a slug or a... On the left there. Oh no, maybe it's a millipede. So our geckos have moved on.
Right, well, we've had no luck with this leopard, and all the impalas look very relaxed. I've decided he's fallen into a great big hole. That's my professional opinion. I don't know if we can see anything there. We had what looked like a little bird sleeping on a branch. We're just trying to see if we can pick it up in IR and see what it is. You can just sort of see it there on the right hand side. It looks kind of just like a blob, I'm afraid. But he's all tucked in. It's a little ball of fluff, like a little fluff cat sitting there. Not quite. Oh, sorry, I thought I heard lions and then realised it was just Rusty having a moment. Yeah, yeah, Nadine, that is the bird. It's a little fluffy thing. We're just not really able to see it, and I don't want to put the light on it because obviously it's sleeping and it's got his head all tucked over his back, so that's why we can't see very much. But this IR light's still pretty amazing that it could even see that. But here's a little ball of fluff in a tree. How about that? What a sighting to finish the evening. I've come back to where I last had those leopard tracks. To be quite honest, where they went from this junction, I'm not sure. So I'm back on Viatella Access, just going west, on the off chance maybe sort of meandering in and out of the bushes. Who knows, maybe we get lucky. Oh, I don't know if you can get that, Greg. We've got a lacewing flopping around on the road down there. So I think Kelly showed you guys the other day one of those ant lions, those little conical pits that we find that have got little arthropods living in their larval forms of arthropods, which eat ants, and they make those pits that the ants fall into. And when they do finally pupate, you get something like this. Now you get pit-building ant lions, you get bark ant lions. I'm not sure which lacewing or which ant lion this is, but an adult ant lion is called a lacewing. So it looks a little bit like a dragonfly, as you can see with those massive wings. And it's not a very good flyer, although it should be a little bit better than this, I have to say. I'm not sure if he's been injured, perhaps. They generally don't live for very long. He may just be coming to the end of his life. Those little antlion pit larvae can survive for potentially sort of 3, some people even say 5 years before they pupate and become this lacewing. And then some of these species only live for 24 hours. They don't eat. They just fly around and they mate, and once they've mated, that's it. Oh, did you remember how to fly? Kind of. All right, well, either way, so that was a lacewing. So if you guys have seen those little conical pits that we talk about sometimes, that's what they turn into. Okay, I'm going to continue my quest for a last-minute leopard, and I would very much like to see what's happening with Kelly's porcupine, so let's send you back over there.
Update from the porcupine. The porcupine is still in the house. I've also had feedback. Apparently a group of hedgehogs is called an array, and someone has said baby porcupines are called porcupets. I've never heard that, but I love it. Porcupets. Fabulous. I know there's lots of people who have never seen a porcupine either on WildEarth or in the bush, so I'm so glad you could join me. In other news, my arm is numb, and I'm sure both of G's legs are also pretty numb. I'm going to sit here quietly for the last couple of minutes and see what happens. Big stretch. I think Hadda's right. I don't think this porcupine's going to come out while we're here. I feel a little bit bad that we might have stopped this animal coming out on time. But I'm going to be leaving just now. And he can go about his night. Nicole, I'm also very happy with everything all of us have seen. What a joy to share it. Thank you so much for your comment. Thank you everyone who's joined us this afternoon. And what a fantastic afternoon it's been. We hope you can join us all again tomorrow for our sunrise safari. And hopefully we can take you on a journey into the African bush